Despite midnight quickly approaching, the ticket gates of the subway's Hansamen line were still filled to the brim with people. The earthquake had violently disrupted the public transportation schedules. No one was even attempting to hide their frustration as they passed through the ticket gates. Employing a sidelong glance, Ban Yasuji inspected the monitor resting in the station attendant booth. The station staff had received a call yesterday during their morning operations. The caller had reported that a high school girl wielding a gigantic bladed weapon was going on a rampage in the area. The police had been dispatched in response to this, but upon arriving at the scene, they found no trace of the girl, nor the man who supposedly had been attacked. Van, who had happened to overhear the story earlier today, was very interested in the appearance of the male victim. The fact that there had been several similar incidents had also caught his attention. This was why Ban was making an appearance here at such an hour. According to his sources, the incident had been captured in full on one of the surveillance cameras. When Ban asked the station attendant to show him the video, they willingly agreed, but warned the detective that the video was a little creepy. Duly noting this, Ban elected to have them show him the video. The video was full of static. Maybe it's from the earthquake, Ban thought to himself. There had been various reports about the earthquake causing citizens to lose hard disk data, leaving Ban to wonder whether it was related. It would be difficult to identify anyone in the recording, as they were just barely visible. The recording featured a single man. He was standing by the wall on the far right-hand corner of the screen. The wall was located slightly far from the ticket gates, meaning passengers would not travel past it very often as they were changing trains. Incidentally, a few other passengers had just crossed in front of the camera. The man's appearance was hard to make out due to the fierce static, but he was fairly short and thin, and he was carrying a large rucksack. What exactly was he doing? Ban could not say. After about an hour or so had passed on the video, a small change occurred. A few people commuting to work were walking in the direction of the man, and then they swiftly stopped. To Ban, it looked as if they had been drawn to the man with the rucksack. What was truly strange, however, was that they did not even speak to him. They simply stood there in a daze. The people who had stopped did not seem to be acquaintances of the man. They were of different ages, sexes, statures. There was absolutely nothing they all shared. What in blazes is going on? Staring at the monitor, Ban tilted his head to the side, and as he did so, a lone girl entered the frame. She had long hair, and she was wearing a uniform from Sume Academy. The girl headed straight for the man with the rucksack, in a manner that could only be described as exuding nothing but pure, unadulterated confidence. Her movements were entirely unlike those who had stopped before. Instead of halting, the girl pushed aside the people gathered there and seized the man by his collar. For a short period of time, the two of them argued about something. Rather than an argument, however, it was far closer to the girl simply screaming at the man without giving him room for air, or at least that was how it appeared. A few of the people who had stopped seemed to return to their senses and promptly left the scene. Eventually, the girl thrust the man away from her. The girl took a step back from the man who had fallen on his rear, then assumed a strange pose. She lowered her hips and brought both fists next to her ears. The girl looked as if she was holding something, but there was nothing in her hands. According to the report, the girl had been wielding a large blade, but where on earth could she be hiding such a thing? The answer to that soon became apparent. Suddenly, the screen, the camera, shook. It was not static. The rustling hair and clothes of the passersby made it clear. Their surveillance camera itself was shaking. What the? Ben gawked at the screen. He had no idea where she had retrieved it from, but the next thing he knew, the girl was holding a gigantic sword in her hand, one that was longer than she was tall. Van asked for the tape to be rewound just so he could confirm what he had seen. But no matter what angle he examined it from, the sword appeared to have been conjured out of thin air. The girl had not moved a single muscle. She had remained in her hunched position the entire time. This much was undeniable. What kind of magic trick is that? The people in the video went into a panic when faced with the sudden appearance of the sword, but the girl did not seem to care about the people around her. The man with the rucksack, however, was very clearly terrified. He tried desperately to scramble to his feet and run away, but the girl would not allow that. With incredibly agile movement, she pursued the fleeing man and swung her gigantic sword as if it was as light as a feather. In a manner akin to a violent windstorm, the sword tore the man's rucksack to pieces. The impact was so strong, the man immediately collapsed to the ground. Despite this, he appeared uninjured. In fact, when the police officers had arrived on the scene immediately after receiving the call, they had not found even a single trace of blood. Who the hell is this girl? Then, as if the girl had heard Ban's murmuring, something that should have been impossible, considering it was a recording, she suddenly turned towards the camera. The screen ever so slightly distorted. And the girl's figure disappeared in an instant. It was as if she had never been there to begin with. The man's shredded rucksack had been left behind, and the remnants of it were proof that the girl had been there. It was hard to tell because of the static, but it was clear that the girl had disappeared from the screen in less than a second. Van rewound the tape again. There was nothing that seemed unnatural about the time displayed in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. In other words, the footage had not been edited. But if that were true, how could Ban explain the girl and the sword? Ban, feeling as though he had seen a ghost, could do nothing more than remain completely and utterly puzzled. A world of complete and utter white. And I was lying right in the center of it all. It felt as if I were floating, but I didn't know whether or not I actually was. I couldn't figure out what direction I was facing. Not up, nor down, nor not left nor right. The silence was deafening. And it felt as if there were 100 of insects buzzing around my head at once. If someone were to tell me that this was the afterlife, I couldn't see myself contesting it. That was how monotonous, simplistic, tranquil, orderly, immaculate, empty, and peaceful the world was. Perhaps this was what the mind of Buddha was like upon reaching enlightenment. It was so incredibly different from my own mind. I wanted to stay here forever. The irritation that came with reality, the loneliness, the pain, the suffering, I didn't want to face any of it anymore. As my thoughts began to cascade, I heard a noise burst in the white world that had previously been silent. The sound of a door being opened, and the sound of someone's footsteps getting closer and closer.
Oni, 来たよ。
Big bro, I'm here.
よいしょ、よいしょ。
Let's see.
お兄、お兄、今日ね、ママね、いいもの持ってきたんだよ。
Hey, big bro. Okay, so today, I decided to bring you something real nice.
はい、これ、プレゼント。
Alright, here it is. I got you a present.
手編みの帽子なんだよ。すごいでしょ、すごいでしょ。
It's a hand-knit hat. It looks so nice and warm, doesn't it? Well, it is.
もう冬だしね。ママね、帽子好きだから編んだの。
Anyway, so the story is, you know how much I already like hats, right? Well, since it's winter and all, I went ahead and knitted one.
使ってね。
So go on, try it on.
もう、お兄、無視しないでよ。
Come on, don't ignore me.
ああ、ご飯残してるじゃん。せっかくのカレーなのに。
Oh, you've still got some food left over, and it's curry, too.
ちゃんと食べないとダメなんだよ。
You've gotta make sure you eat it up, alright?
ねえねえ、病院のご飯って美味しくないって本当？
Hey, so, is it true that hospital food's not very good?
でも食べないとダメ。
Well, that's sad, but you still need to eat it. Is he in the hospital?
起きろ、お兄、食べずに寝たら夜になってお腹空いちゃうんだから。
Oh, come on. Wake up, big bro. If you go to bed without eating, your stomach's gonna end up growling in the middle of the night. Someone's hand made its way under my back and forcibly shook my body awake. That was when I first realized that my eyes had been closed. When I opened my eyes, a little girl was standing there. It was Nanami, my little sister. But she was awfully little. It was Nanami from a long time ago. But how long ago? I wondered. She must have been at least in elementary school.
はい、あーして。
Okay, say ah. The younger Nanami scooped up some curry with a plastic spoon, then offered it to me. And I slapped the hand holding the spoon. Even after all this time, I still didn't know what had been going through my head. But in that moment, I knocked away the tray of curry and rice with my hand and sent it crashing to the floor.
お兄、お行儀悪いんだ。お母さんに言いつけてやるぞ。
Big bro, those are some real bad manners, you know. I'm gonna tell mom. Nanami crouched down to the floor and picked up the tray I had cast aside. She retrieved a washcloth from the sink in the corner of the room and began cleaning up the mess I'd made.
ほんと世話が焼けるな。
You're a real troublemaker, you know.
ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
I swear, you couldn't do a thing if I wasn't around, big bro. That's enough. I covered my face with my hands, then slowly closed my eyes.
ごめんね。あなたを守ってあげられなくて。
I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I slowly opened my eyes, and I saw a white ceiling. It was so bright, it nearly blinded me. He is in the hospital, huh? I blinked my eyes a few times. I tried to move my fingertips. I raised my hand in front of my face. The palm of my hand created a shadow, and at last, I was free from the blinding glare. I had been dreaming about Nanami. Ever since I could remember, she'd been an especially strong will. Oh, she'd had. After the bus accident back in elementary school, I'd stopped talking to anyone and everyone. But even so, that part of Nanami only became stronger and stronger. Unlike my parents, who were simply overprotective and nothing else, she had taken care of me all while remaining strict and firm. But that dream. Had I ever been hospitalized before? I'd gone in for checkups, sure, but, well, it was just a dream, so there was no real reason to take it nor the contradiction seriously. I was lying on a bed. It was a white bed with a pipe frame. The sheets were white, the pillows were white, the linoleum floor was white, the wallpaper was white, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling were white, the curtains covering the windows were white, and we get it's a white room. The small shelf next to the bed was white. The ceramic water pitcher was white, the paper cups were white. I was starting to get fed up with all the white. Dude, I feel ya. Mustering up my resolve, I attempted to sit up. For a split second, I felt a numbing pain jolt through the area around my waist, but it went away just as suddenly as it had appeared. The room was fairly large, at least twice the size of my base, but what really bothered me was how incredibly dreary it was. Maybe it was a hospital room. There was a pair of green slippers lined up right beneath the bed. I was relieved to find a color other than white. My body was moving just fine, and it didn't seem like I was dead either. I was thirsty. I wanted a cola, an ice cold carbonated cola. But there was no way I'd be able to find something like that in this pure white room, so I was forced to pour water directly from the pitcher into my mouth. Dude, there was a freaking white cup. It was a bit lukewarm, but it was enough to satisfy my thirst. Upon finishing the water, I took a breath. The door then opened, and the nurse wearing white scrubs came into the room. That was enough for me to confirm that I was in a hospital after all. Upon seeing me, her eyes grew slightly wide. She must have thought I'd still be asleep.
あら、
Ah,
西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
I see you've woken up, Nishiju-san. Facing me, she gave me a gentle smile, the mark of a true nurse. But something told me I'd seen this person before. Oh, I remembered now. She was the girl who had been at the hospital when I gone to see Dr. Takashina a while back. What had she said her name was? I couldn't remember, so I stole a glance at the name tag on her chest. Hazuki was written on it. Right. Hazuki-san.
お体の調子はどうですか?
How are you feeling? Hazuki-san held out a thermometer to me so naturally, I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
Could you please stick this under your arm for me? With how nicely she had asked me, I had no choice but to comply. My head was overrun with question marks, but I put the thermometer inside my armpit nonetheless. Immediately after I did so, a memory burst to life inside my head. I remembered what had happened. Back then, I had given up on saving Nanami. I had grabbed onto Shogun's wheelchair. But there had been no response. It had collapsed in a heap, and when I looked again, all I had been holding was Darth Spider's helmet. Count Darth Spider, the very embodiment of evil and Spark Wars. His black-clad appearance was famous even in Japan. But I would never have thought that Shogun would cosplay as him, so my anger had been overridden by raw confusion. After that, I'd stood up and looked at the wheelchair, but there had been no one in it. Only a black hood draped over the back of it. That was another part of Darth Spider's costume. I'd then examined my surroundings one more time, but there had been no one there. I'd been the only one on that pitch black rooftop. That's not creepy. Suddenly, the press then came flooding in all at once. They had surrounded me with lights, cameras, microphones. I had no room to breathe. There had been more than 10 of them in total. I had been so overwhelmed by it all. My terror simply grew and grew. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't move a muscle. I'd been in a total mess.
Nishijo-kun, 帽子はどうなっちゃったのかな?
Nishijo-kun, what happened to your clairvoyance?
結局ニュージェネの犯人は誰なのかわからないということですか?
Does this mean that you don't know who the new gen culprit is after all?
そのダーススパイダーのヘルメットは何か超能力と関係あるのかな?
Could that Darth Spider helmet have something to do with your psychic powers?
西条さん、答えてくれませんか? これで終わりなんて言うなら電波ジャックですよ.
Nishijo-san, would you please answer our questions? If you claim to have nothing more to say, you realize you've wasted a whole lot of our time and money, right?
結局何がしたかったんです? ニュージェネに便乗した売名行為ですか? 不謹慎だと思わないんですか?
What was all of this for? Was it a publicity stunt to take advantage of the new gen? Don't you find that to be completely inappropriate?
ユーリ・ブライトマンさんとは最近話したかな? どんなこと話した?
Have you spoken with Yuri Brightman recently? What did you two talk about?
地震とニュージェネについて何か関係あると思いますか?
Do you think there's a connection between the earthquake and Eugen?
その手に持っている美少女フィギュアは何らかの儀式的なアイテムと考えていいんですか?
Would I be right in assuming that the anime girl figure you're holding in your hand is some kind of totem you're using in a ritual?
このような行動を取ったことにはアニメやゲームの影響はあったのかな?
Did anime or video games have any kind of influence on this behavior of yours?
西条さん!
Nishijo-san.
西条さん?
Nishijo-san.
西条君!
Nishijo-san. The lighting pointed at me had been incredibly hot. It felt as if my skin was being singed by the sun during the hottest part of the summer. The flood of people from the media made me feel lightheaded. My field of vision had been spinning around in circles. I'd been cornered. I'd been panicking. I'd been unable to breathe. I'd grasped my head. I can't see anything. I don't want to see anything. I can't hear anything. I don't want to hear anything. I can't feel anything. I don't want to feel anything. Stop. Leave me alone. At the very same moment, I'd screamed like a computer that had short-circuited. My consciousness had severed. That was exactly what had happened. I'd lost consciousness. And then, how had I ended up here at this hospital? I couldn't remember. At the very least, I didn't think I'd come on my own, so maybe I'd been brought to the hospital by an ambulance. Hazuki-san was writing something on the clipboard she was holding. She must have had a slip of paper clipped onto it. Was she writing about my condition? I checked what time it was via the simplistic watch wrapped around her wrist. It was a little after 6 a.m. I'd slept for a really long time. Regardless, why had I been brought here? If Hazuki-san was here, then that meant this was my normal hospital. It wasn't like me being brought to a general hospital was particularly weird, but... Go negative. Something still didn't feel right. Yeah, it's because she was being asked to give information. Wait, was it her? Was she the one that the inspector was talking to? Why was Hazuki-san coming to check up on me? That question really bothered me. I mean, Hazuki-san was a psychiatric nurse. If Hazuki-san was coming to check on me, didn't that mean that the room I was in was also used by psychiatric patients?
警察の人が後でお話を聞きたいそうですよ。
I've been informed that the police would like to speak with you. Huh? Hazuki's gentle tone turned cold. Oh shit. Without looking at me, she continued writing something on a piece of paper attached to the clipboard.
妹さんを殺すなんてひどい人ですね。
You would have to be a really horrible person to kill your own sister. What? Had she just said?
あなたの家で見つかったそうですよ。
They found her in your house.
死体。
Her corpse. What?
妹さんの手首を切り落として持ち歩いていたなんてまともじゃないわ。
You cut off your sister's hand and carried it around with you. That's not normal.
僕は殺してない。
I didn't kill anyone.
そう主張しているらしいですね。意味不明なことばかり言ってて話にならないって刑事さんがぼやいてました。
So you've claimed. The detective has been complaining about how useless it is to converse with you. You say nothing but incomprehensible nonsense.
心神喪失で無罪っていうのを狙ってるんですか？
Are you intending to plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
でもみんな思ってますよ。
Even if you do, it won't help. Everyone knows.
あなたが殺したんだ。
You killed her. My chest squeezed tightly, and I began to hallucinate that everything before my eyes had gone completely black. I was starting to doubt myself. Had I killed Nanami? No, that couldn't be true.
この人殺し。
You murderer. She had been writing something, but suddenly, Hazuki's hand stopped. She then slowly turned the clipboard toward me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh shit, he's losing it. Suddenly, I realized I was sitting in the same bed in the same hospital room. I wasn't sure why the sheet I had just ripped off me was still on me. Hazuki-san, who had been standing right beside the bed, had disappeared before I could even blink. Wiping the greasy sweat off my forehead, I looked around the hospital room once again. After a couple knocks, Hazuki-san entered the room, and her eyes widened slightly upon seeing me.
あら、
Ah,
西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
I see you've woken up, Nishizu-san. A gentle smile accompanied her as she said that. I stiffened up, then looked away.
お体の調子はどうですか？
How are you feeling? Hazuki-san held out a thermometer to me so naturally, I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
Could you please stick this under your arm for me? As I took the thermometer from her, I gulped. It's the same. The exact thing from before was repeating. It was as if Hazuki-san had just walked into the hospital room for the first time. I nervously reached for the thermometer in my underarm. I was sure I'd just put a thermometer in there a minute ago, and yet there was nothing there. The thermometer had disappeared, which meant that what I'd seen earlier really had been a delusion. The tension in my body disappeared, but that didn't mean that my state of mind was any better, nor that I felt anywhere close to relieved.
昨日ご家族がお見えになっていたんですけど、
A family member of yours came to see you yesterday, but
西条さんの意識が戻らないので、日付が変わる頃にお帰りになりました。
as you didn't regain consciousness in time, they left at around midnight.
今日は診察時間が始まる頃にお母様が来るそうですよ。
Your mother informed us that she'll be arriving around the time we open. I nodded in response, not having the energy to say anything back. Mom, I'm sorry for being such a disgrace. I'm an embarrassment to Japan. No, to the entire world. The entire thing had been televised, meaning it had already spread to the entire country. I was sure my shameful behavior had been uploaded to YouTube as well. I had no idea why I'd been made into the amazing Esper boy. And it didn't make any sense to broadcast my every move. And on the day of a huge earthquake, no less. When I was nothing but a boring otaku freak. It wasn't normal. Because of that, I couldn't help but think that everyone from back then was being mind-controlled by Shogun. But regardless of whether or not that was true, I'd still publicly humiliated myself. It wasn't something I'd escape after enduring a quick shitstorm online that'd be forgotten about in a week. Was this it for me? Would I no longer be able to live in peace? Suddenly, Nanami's face appeared in the back of my mind. I bit down on my lip and hugged my knees. Even if that was no longer attainable, as long as I could save Nanami, none of it would matter. Even if people from all over the world snickered at me and called me a pathetic loser for the rest of my life, it would make no difference to me. But I couldn't save her. I couldn't even do that much. Tears began to fall from my eyes.
どうしました？どこか痛みます？
What's wrong? Are you in pain? Shaking my head over and over, I kept on crying. Nanami was dead. Nanami was dead and she was never coming back. It was all my fault. All my fault. All my fault. All my fault. Because of how worthless I was. Because of how much of a fucking loser I was. Nanami was dead. Back on the rooftop, I'd given up so easily on obtaining the D-sword. I had Siertan's seductive voice in my ear, but that was just my pathetic self pretending to be someone else. I was the one who had made the decision. I'd made myself look like a pitiful victim. I'd chosen to sacrifice Nanami so that I would survive. I hated myself. How fucking pathetic I was. If only I'd tried just a little bit harder. I told myself that I'd given up on my own volition, but now that it was all over, I regretted every single thing I had done on that rooftop. I was absolutely disgusted with myself. She was gone. Nothing could save her now. And yet, even still, I couldn't help but think that if I could just go back to that rooftop and I just tried a little bit harder. But I knew that even if I actually could go back, I'd just give up all over again, finding some other excuse to get me out of it. That was just who I was. A completely useless, irredeemable piece of shit.
Nanami, ごめん。
Nanami, I'm so sorry.
Nanami.
Hazuki-san rubbed my back in an attempt to comfort me. I was a useless sack of shit to the very end. I was even causing problems for nurses that had nothing to do with me. The tears refused to stop.
何か後悔していることがあるんですね。
There's something you regret, isn't there?
でもきっと妹さんも許してくれますよ。
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure your sister will forgive you. Huh? How did she know that Nanami was my sister? Even that aside, the formulaic consolation she was giving me was the last thing I needed right now. I'm sorry, Hazuki-san, but no one else can understand how I feel. I hated myself. I was pathetic. I did nothing but take advantage of everyone else, and only ever thought about myself. The world would be better off without me. Maybe I should just end it all.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことを心配していましたよ。
She was very worried about you when she came in yesterday, Nishizu-san.
とても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
You have the cutest little sister. Don't you agree? What was she talking about?
ナナミは妹は死にました。
Nanami, my little sister, is dead. She had been kidnapped by Shogun. Her hand had been cut off, Then she'd been imprisoned somewhere. And in the end, she'd died all alone and afraid. When I imagined it, it felt like my heart was being torn into a dozen tiny pieces.
そうなんですか？
Oh my goodness, is she really?
ごめんなさい。勘違いしてしまって。
Forgive me. I'm afraid I've made a terrible mistake. All my life, I thought that Nanami was annoying, although we had been siblings for 16 years. Even though she'd called me a jerk more times than I could count, she was always worried about me. The reason why she had always nagged me so much was because she'd been trying to help me break free of my toxic lifestyle. Whenever she'd brought me food from our parents' house, she didn't just give it to me and leave. She'd always try to share it with me. Normally, if a girl her age had an otaku freak for a brother, they'd never associate with him. And while the things she'd said didn't make her the easiest person to be around, she'd still talk to me, and she'd still listen too. Whenever I'd been at school, she never avoided me. No, she would actually approach me. No matter what, Nanami had always treated me, a vile otaku freak virgin, like her brother, like a human being. Her mere existence had helped me more than I ever knew, but realizing that did me no good now, it was too late.
でも、だとしたら、鬼ってどういう意味なのかしら？
But if that's truly the case, then what did she mean by big bro? Huh? Huh? I looked up, unable to properly comprehend what I had just heard. As my eyes were blurry with tears, I couldn't see Hazuki-san's face properly. What had she just said?
眠ってる西条さんを、お兄、お兄と何度も呼んでいたから、その印象が強くて。
She called out to you again and again as you slept. Big bro, big bro. I would have never thought she'd be anything other than your sibling. There was only one person who called me that.
それ、本当ですか？
Are you telling me the truth? Vaulting out of my bed, I pressed Suzuki-san for an answer.
はい、何がです？
I'm sorry. The truth about what?
妹がナナミがここに来てたんですか？
Nanami, my sister, Nanami. Was she here?
いえ、はっきりお名前を聞いたわけでは。
Well, I didn't hear her name properly, so I...
僕のこと鬼って呼んでたんですね。
You said she called me big bro, right?
ええ。
Yes.
ナナミは今どこに？
Where is she now? Where's Nanami?
ですから、昨日はお帰りになりましたけど、
She went home yesterday.
西条さんのお母様と一緒に。
She left together with your mother.
怪我とかしてませんでしたか？
Injuries. Did she have any injuries?
はい。いえ、特には。
Huh? No, nothing I could see.
元気だったんですね。ナナミは元気だったんですね。
So she's okay? Nanami is okay?
はい。いえ、ななみさんかどうかはわかりませんけど、昨日いらしていた女の子は元気そうでしたよ。
Yes. Although I should clarify, I'm not sure whether or not it was Nanami-san, but the girl who visited yesterday was doing just fine, yes. Nanami was alive. From everything Hazuki-san had said, it had to be true. I I sat down on the bed, utterly dazed. But how? Shogun had said that he wouldn't give Nanami back to me until I completed his quest. Had he just released her out of pity? Or had Nanami escaped on her own? But then, how would that explain the hand that had been sent to me? According to Hazuki-san, Nanami hadn't even been injured.
もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。
Did you ever consider that the hand I sent to your place was someone else's? What he had said, it hadn't been a lie. He'd played me. I'd been dancing right to his tune. Shogun had deceived me. No, that didn't matter right now.
そっか。
I see. So that was it. It was all coming together. Nanami had never been kidnapped at all. Back when I'd been at O-Front, trying desperately to grab the D-sword, Nanami must have been relaxing back at home reading manga, or going out to karaoke with her friends so she could show off her shitty singing voice, or doing whatever else she liked to do. I was crying, but I couldn't help but laugh.
西条さん
Nishizu-san.
将軍にまんまと騙された。
He got me. Shogun got me. Through and through.
なんという壮大な釣りだよ。
What unbelievably epic bait. She was alive. Nanami was alive. I could see that bratty ass face of hers again. I could hear that obnoxious, shrill voice of hers again. The mere thought was enough to bring me a deep sense of relief, an intense joy that rose from the bottom of my heart.
よかった。
Oh, thank God. I couldn't stop crying, but the tears weren't the tears of regret I'd been crying earlier.
よかった。
Thank God. I was an utterly useless pile of shit, but I couldn't help it. The day before, I'd given up without being able to do anything. But even so, as long as Nanami was alive, I didn't wish for anything else. The whole world could mock me until the end of time for all I cared. I was overjoyed. Thank God, she was safe. Yet another meeting had been called in the main conference room of the Shibuya Police Department, joining one of the multiple others that had been held today. The exhausted, fed-up detectives all wondered how many more hours worth of unproductive meetings they would all be forced to sit through. Matsunaga was about to start hearing the reports from each investigator when, suddenly, Ben hesitantly stood up and raised his hand.
ちょっといいですかね。
Mind if I say something?
なんだね。
What is it? Inquisitive eyes and expressions landed on Ban not just from Matsunaga, but from Suwa and the detective sitting next to him as well. Ban smiled his usual flippant smile, quickly bowed his head, then looked around the room.
先日インターネット上に投稿されたいわゆる集団ダイブの映像についてなんですが、実はちょっとした発見をしまして。
I've made a small discovery in the group dive video that was posted to the internet the other day.
え
Huh? The surprise on Sua's face was evident. In all likelihood, he was surprised. After all, Ban had examined the video without saying a word to him. It was not because he wanted to keep it a secret from him, however. No.
バン警部補、君は確か貼り付けの捜査担当だったはずだが、
Assistant Inspector Ban, you are in charge of the crucifixion case.
なぜ集団ダイブについて調べている？
Why are you investigating the group dive? This was the reason. Ban had disregarded the orders he had been given by his boss, the head of the investigation team. If Ban had involved Sua, a promising new detective, his partner would have inevitably been harshly rebuked by their boss. Ban wanted to avoid this.
まあとりあえず見てくださいって。
Well, about that, if you wouldn't mind, could I have you take a look at this? With a chuckle, Ban took out 2 enlarged photos from a file he held in his hand and attached them to the blackboard with magnets.
これはどっちも集団ダイブの現場となったコーネリアスタワー屋上の写真です。
These are both photos taken from the Cornelius Tower rooftop, the location where the group dive took place.
右の写真は例のミュウツベ投稿映像から抜き出したもの。
The photo on the right was taken from the video posted on YouTube.
左のは昨日の夜私がタワー屋上に行って撮ってきたものになります。
The photo on the left is the one I took last night when I went to the tower rooftop.
何か違いに気づきませんか？
Do you notice anything different between the two? Yeah, the tower is not there. Ah. The entire conference room began to stir.
背景がね、違うんです。
There's something different in the backdrop.
投稿映像のカメラは北東へ向かってる。5人が転落したのが北東だったから間違いない。
The camera in the uploaded footage is pointing northeast. The 5 men and women did fall northeast, so that's not the issue.
で、映像では3分29秒から約15秒間、カメラが左右へ大きく振れるんですが。
Regardless, at 3 minutes and 29 seconds into the video, for about 15 seconds, the camera swings left and right in multiple very large motions.
その時に東に向いた時の映像がこの右側の写真なわけです。
The picture on the right is the one taken when the camera was facing to the east.
コーネリアスタワー東、つまり六本木方面ですね。
Here we can see East Cornelius Tower, which faces toward Roppongi.
東京タワーが夜景の中にしっかり映ってる。赤いから目立ちますね。
Tokyo Tower is clearly visible in the nightscape. The red makes it stand out pretty well.
でもね、もう一つよく目立つものが映ってないんですよ。
But you see, there's one more thing that stands out, but this time, it's something that's not in the picture. Ban's eyes narrowed as he combed his beard with his fingers, and then a wry smile appeared on his lips.
六本木ビルズですよ。
It's Roppongi Bills. It was true. The lights of the Roppongi Bills could not be seen in the photo he had taken from the uploaded video. But in the photo Ban had taken the day prior, the lights of the Roppongi Bills' many windows were very clearly visible along with Tokyo Tower.
で、たまたま見つけたんですが、コーネリアスタワーのホテルロビーにタワー完成当時のパネルが展示してありましてね。
I happened to come across a few panels in the lobby of Cornelius Tower. Ones that were displaying a couple photos from back when the tower was first completed.
そのパネルの一つがこれ。
This is one of those panels. Ben retrieved a new photo from the file and pinned it next to the previous two. It was also a picture of the Roppongi area taken from the rooftop of the tower, but it was not a picture taken at night. It was one taken at day.
六本木ビルズが映ってますよね。
You can see Roppongi Bills right there.
建設中ですが。
It's under construction, but my point still stands. The commotion in the conference room grew even louder. Matsunaga, meanwhile, remained silent as he stared at the photo with a stern expression.
コーネリアスタワーの完成は2001年。六本木ビルズの完成は2003年。
Cornelius Tower was completed in 2001. Roppongi Bills was completed in 2003.
タワー完成当時の写真では当然ながら六本木ビルズは建設中でまだ高さもほとんどない。
In the photo taken back when the tower was completed, Roppongi Bills was still under construction, and as such, it wasn't quite as tall yet.
だが集団ダイブが起きたのは今年2008年だ。
However, the year when the group dive happened was 2008.
映ってなきゃおかしいですよね。六本木ビルズ。
It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense if it wasn't there, don't you think? Roppongi Bills, that is.
ちなみに投稿映像に細工された形跡はなかった。
Oh, and another thing. There were no signs of the footage being tampered with in any way.
つまり何が言いたいんだ？
Where are you going with all this? Having seemingly lost patience with the detective, Matsunaga urged onward discontentedly.
非常に言いにくいんですが。
It's hard to say, but I do have one theory.
まさか先輩、この映像が撮られたのは2003年以前、つまり5年以上前って言いたいんですか？
Wait, sir, are you saying that the video was taken before 2003? That means it was taken more than 5 years ago. Dang it, Suwa. Ban's shoulders slumped dejectedly. The young detective's keen insight was brilliant. Suwa had said exactly what Ban had intended to say. However, having it said aloud in such a straightforward manner only made the claim appear all the more dubious. Ban's careful planning on how to articulate his points had all been for nothing.
バカバカしい。小説の読みすぎではないがね。
That's idiotic. Afraid someone's been reading too many detective stories.
映像に映っている被害者5人の顔は一致しているんだ。あれが5年前のもののはずがない。
The faces of the 5 victims in the video were identical. There's no way the video was taken 5 years ago.
そんなつまらないことを調べている暇があったら、聞き込みの一つでもしたらどうだ、警部補。
If you got the time to scour for such trivial clues, then why don't you go do a couple witness interviews, Assistant Inspector?
ああ。
今のは聞かなかったことにする。それと、後で話があるから会議が終わったら残りたまえ。
I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. On that note, I've got something to talk to you about, so see me after the meeting. After letting out a short sigh, Ban gave up and sat back down. Well, it's not like I expected him to believe me. Bitter and unwilling to accept defeat, Ban muttered that inside his head before returning to listlessly fanning his face with his handheld fan. And yet, despite all the work he had done, if one were to ask what the absence of Roppongi Bills in the video signified, Ban would be unable to answer. After I'd found out that Nanami was alive, The doctor came to me and asked me a few simple questions. They wanted me to make sure whether or not I was well enough to leave. I answered the questions to the best of my ability, then opted to leave the hospital before my mom came back. After that disgraceful behavior I'd shown off in front of the entire country, how was I supposed to face my family now? And if Nanami were to come back, I knew that I'd be so happy, I'd immediately burst into tears all over again. And then since she wouldn't know why I was crying, Nanami would then take it seriously and start yelling at me not to worry about her, probably while calling me an idiot too. When I thought about that, I nearly fainted from the sheer embarrassment, and so instead of letting that happen, I decided to employ a strategic retreat. A nurse brought in the most disgusting breakfast of all time, and after chipping away at it slightly, I snuck out of the hospital room. I made my way down to the first floor and then into the lobby. The clinic hadn't opened yet, so the lobby was usually packed with old people was completely deserted. I confidently walked toward the front entrance. Luckily for me, the automatic door opened, giving me free rein to exit the building. The hospital staff might have gotten angry with me for leaving without asking them first, but I had to stay away from the hospital until everything calmed down. As for the medical fees, I left my mom a note telling her to go ahead and pay for it, so it should be fine. Despite the fact that I had stayed overnight at the hospital, I wasn't exhibiting any actual symptoms, and my mental state was doing much better after I'd learned Nanami was alive. Making sure to keep an eye out for any ambushes by Shogun or Yua, I quickly made my way back to my base. I'd made it back. My mental state had done a complete 180 since I'd last been at my base. Of course, I was feeling a lot better now. If only I could have let my past self know that. You let yourself get baited far too often, mate. Irate 8. There's no reason for you to get so riled up, dude. Nanami's fine. LOL. Hee. Or something along those lines. Thinking back on it, yesterday really had been a living hell. Everything had just gone to shit. I'd gotten a weird phone call in the morning. Then there had been an earthquake. Then the data on my hard drive had disappeared. Then I'd had to witness Ayase try to off herself right in front of me. Then I'd gotten an email from Shogun. Then he'd sent me a severed hand. A severed goddamn hand. My mood plummeted in an instant. With a gulp, I turned my attention to the fridge. That's where the hand is. Before I'd left yesterday, I decided in my maniacal state to just put the hand in the fridge for the time being. If I'd left it out somewhere, it could have started rotting. The smell of blood was also way too strong for me. There were all sorts of sci-fi anime and movies where, as long as they remained frozen, people could stay in a state of suspended animation for hundreds of years. So that was pretty much what I was going for. I thought that if I could keep Nanami's arm fresh, she might have been able to get it surgically reconnected once she got back home safe. But if that wasn't Nanami's hand, then who the hell did it belong to? And how would that explain the cell phone and the bangle? If I wasn't missing something, then it had to belong to Nanami. When I'd called her, it had rung on the cell phone held in the hand. Or maybe it had just been all part of Shogun's trap. Was it even possible to make such a perfect replica of Nanami's arm?
もう一度確かめてみるべきかも。
I'll just look one more time, just to make sure. In truth, I really didn't want to. The entire hand thing grossed me out. Just thinking about it made me want to puke, even if it did belong to Nanami. But that didn't mean I could just keep it in my fridge forever. Not even my supply of cola stayed that cold in it. I considered asking the police to come take it, but then I realized that they'd just suspect me of being the new gen culprit, even more than they already did, that is. It would practically be suicide to dial 110 and go, "Hello, yes, please come and take this person's severed hand off my hands, thank you." What should I do? Should I just throw it away? But supposing it was Nanami's arm, it really didn't sound like a good idea to throw it away. Hell, were you even allowed to throw away human hands like that? Did they constitute as burnable or non-burnable trash? I tore at my hair. There was no point continuing to torture myself over it. I'd just go ahead and check one more time that the bangle was on her wrist and that she was holding her cell phone. Was it Nanami's or was it someone else's? That was the question I'd hoped to answer. I stood in front of the refrigerator and gripped the handle. I closed my eyes and then I took one, then two, then 3 deep breaths. Unsurprisingly, the temptation to just call Rami and ask her to do it for me crept up into my mind, but I quickly shook it away. No matter how good of an ally Rami was to me, there was no way she wouldn't freak out upon finding someone's hand in my fridge. And then, if I managed to fuck up the explanation, she'd fall out of love with me and then turn me into the police. I was gonna have to do this on my own somehow.
くそ。
Oh, fuck. I clenched my teeth, took 2 more deep breaths, and then I yanked on the handle with all my might.
あれ
What? What are the oranges for? It was empty, entirely empty. There's no hand. I thought for sure that I'd put the hand in there yesterday. It'd been wrapped in aluminum foil. Should have been on the top shelf. And yet, there was no sign of it. All that was there was a few bottles of cola and a bunch of rotten clementines. Nothing else.
消えた。なんで
It's gone. How? Just like that, it was completely gone. I crouched down and looked farther into the fridge, but of course, it still wasn't there. There wasn't much in there to begin with, so it was already practically empty. There was no way I could have missed it.
昨日ここに入れたよな。
I put it in here yesterday, didn't I? Or maybe I just assumed that. In reality, I just left it somewhere. I closed the fridge door, then looked around my trash-filled room.
段ボールもない。
The cardboard box is gone too. The large cardboard box with the hand inside of it? What had I done with it? I felt like I tossed it in the corner of my room or something, but either way, my memory of last night was very unclear. More things had happened yesterday than my poor brain could handle, and everything was made all the more brutal due to the utter chaos of it all. Calm down. Just calm down. Now, get your thoughts together. Think of why I might have disappeared. I booted up the word processor on my PC and wrote down all the possibilities I could think of. Reasons why. My mistake. I put it somewhere else in my room. 2. I myself took it outside yesterday and threw it away somewhere. 3. Shogun took it back. 4. The police searched my house and confiscated it. 5. The mass media broke in and stole it. 6. The hand never existed in the first place. My base had been unlocked ever since yesterday, so if someone really wanted to, they could have come right in and taken it without much trouble. That would also be consistent with how Shogun had been able to put the hand in my room in the first place. Or maybe it was number 2. My memory of when I'd left my base to go to O-Front was unclear. The feeling that I had to save Nanami, seeing the severed hand, how terrified I was of Shogun, all of those emotions swirled around me, invading each and every corner of my mind, and I couldn't calm down at all. Maybe I had just left my base and tossed the hand in a dumpster somewhere without knowing it. Or maybe the whole thing in general had just been a delusion, and it didn't actually exist at all. But when I went to check my email, I found that the one I'd gotten from Shogun yesterday did in fact exist, and in that email, he clearly stated that the hand was a present. Not to mention the Shogun himself had talked about it yesterday. I just couldn't believe that it had been a delusion. Okay, then what about the possibility that the police or media took it? Those people looked at otaku freaks like we were no better than shit smeared on the bottom of their shoes, so it wouldn't surprise me. After everything that had happened yesterday, I was afraid to look at the internet, and yet, in the end I couldn't help myself, so I clicked open my browser. First, I checked the news section on Taboo, as well as news sites I would typically go to. And sure enough, there were articles upon articles about the uproar yesterday at Scramble Crossing. Is the radio wave hijacking Esper just a boy who cried wolf? I'm not reading all that. I hadn't sent any emails to the media. I'd never even seen Yuri Brightman's show, let alone met him. So what the hell? Was this all just part of Shogun's plan like I'd originally thought? What was his ultimate goal here? He had said something about it being a quest or something. Okay. Then what was the point of having the mass media televise me trying to get my hands on a sword? I didn't get it. What was Shogun trying to accomplish? He'd even released Nanami alive. I followed the links to various articles, but even after reading through all of them, not a single one of them mentioned Shogun. There had been practically no gap at all between when I'd tackled Shogun and when the media had come bursting onto the rooftop. Even if Shogun had managed to escape during that window, the media would have seen him. And not only that, but Shogun was supposed to be stuck in a wheelchair. He was supposed to be paralyzed. So there was absolutely no way he would have been able to escape the rooftop in such a limited time frame. I went on to check Ad Channel. And to no one's surprise, an enormous shitstorm was going on. My real name was being plastered everywhere. Yeah, they're tearing him a new one.
鬱だ。
I can't do this. Everyone was just saying whatever the hell they wanted to. They weren't even considering how I felt as they talked all this shit about me. Having At Channel as your enemy was a scary thing. And it was all Shogun's fault I was in this mess. I was wondering if anybody had leaked any sensitive information on the Ad Channel, stuff that couldn't be aired on TV, but I couldn't find anything that fit that criteria. I hadn't been alone on that rooftop. There had been one more person, and yet not a shred of information had come out about them. It was almost like the being known as Shogun had never been there in the first place. Maybe the Shogun that appeared on the rooftop was just an illusion. Maybe, even if I know for a fact that he exists, there's a possibility that the Shogun I saw at O-Front was just a delusion I created.
僕はやっぱり病気なのかも。
I think I'm losing my mind. There were so many things happening that shouldn't have been possible in real life. It was more like a video game at this point. Like there were two worlds. One where Nanami was alive and one where she was dead. And the two options were running parallel to one another, meaning I got to choose between them, just like a choice you'd find in an eroge. The future was divided into countless different branches. What made me different from normal people was that I could simulate what story events might occur using my delusions, and I was in the middle of simulating the route that I'd lead to the bad ending. Like one where Nanami died, or one where Ayase jumped to her death, or one where I fell off O-Front and died. In other words, for some reason, all of these things that you'd normally find in the bad ending route could be coming after me, almost like they were hunting me down, due to a trap I myself had set. Maybe I just had the desire to leave behind my boring, uneventful life and go to a more exciting world, like one from a game. And because of that, I'd been unconsciously showing myself what that would look like. That couldn't be it. I didn't have any desires even remotely like that. Or at the very least, I would never want to make myself go through anything that'd make me feel sad or scared, simulation or not.
っていうか、どれだけ想像力豊かなんだよ。
Besides, the power of imagination can only take you so far. What I'd been considering was nothing more than some childish bullshit delusion I'd come up with without thinking. I sighed, leaned back in my chair, and looked up at the ceiling with a blank stare on my face. Reality isn't set in stone. Anything and everything just felt fake. The world I was living in was completely hollow. Dude, some chick ate her own hand.
今日午後8時ごろ、渋谷区の渋谷川で女性の変死体が発見されました。
and died from choking on her flesh. At around 8 p.m. this evening, the body of a woman was found dead in Shibuya River of Shibuya Ward.
被害者は江戸川区に住む十勝あやみさん27歳で、死因は喉を詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。
The victim, 27-year-old Tokacha Ayami-san of Edogawa Ward, is believed to have died of choking-induced asphyxiation. Man, it's so hard to try to sound out stuff.
警察の調べによりますと、被害者の右手の肉が削り取られて骨が露出しており、また胃の中からは人間の肉とみられる内容物が見つかりました。
I wonder if that's the victim of the hand. According to the investigation, the flesh of the victim's right hand had been scraped off, exposing the bone, and what appeared to be human flesh was found in the victim's stomach. Okay, apparently not.
被害者は自らの右手を噛みちぎって食べたとみられ、また足首が紐で縛られていたとのことです。警察では自殺・他殺の両面から捜査を進めています。
The victim is believed to have chewed apart and eaten her own right hand. As well as this, her ankles were bound together by string. The police are currently investigating this as both a suicide and a homicide. Ever since the seismic intensity 5 earthquake, the city of Shibuya had been overwrought with an air of pure bloodlust. The sense of order in the city had been visibly deteriorating. This decrease in security was not just regarding fights among young people, but the increasing number of store windows being broken, as well as a large surge in theft. The media continued to use the term new generation in order to establish a feeling of crisis and entrapment. And in response to such fear-mongering, a handful of stores had abruptly ceased operations. In addition, a group calling themselves the Anti-New Gen had suddenly transformed into a riotous mob during one of their weekly demonstrations, charging the Shibuya police station and resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Much like the Esper Boy riot, thousands upon thousands of curious onlookers gathered in the area in order to enjoy yet another shitstorm. There was a striking difference in excitement between those who were visiting the city and those who lived in it. The former expected Shibuya to be more brutally eventful than ever, while the latter condemned the lawlessness of their home and insisted on strengthening police authority. Then, as if to mock all the uproar, the 6th New Gen incident occurred, and of course, the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. It had been a week since the earthquake, and in that period of time, I had been suspended from school. Even if I hadn't been suspended, I wouldn't have been in the proper mental state to go to school anyway. The day immediately following the earthquake, another New Gen incident had occurred. That incident, just like the murder of Dr. Takashina, was obviously supposed to send a message to me. It was a woman who had bitten off her own right hand. There was no doubt in my mind that was supposed to allude to Nanami's severed right hand. Nanami was clear bait from Shogun to lure me out, but even though I knew that, the thought that Nanami could have been the one killed sent shivers down my spine. And since I had become famous in Shibuya in the worst sense of the word, I was now more terrified of going out than ever. If I had a hole to crawl into, I would have done it with no hesitation. Even going to the convenience store to buy food for myself killed me. And there have been entire days I went without eating. It was impossible for me to walk outside with my head not glued to the ground. It always felt like someone was laughing at me. The gazes of other people terrified me. I didn't want to talk to anyone, to see anyone. People from the mass media had been trying to bother me constantly, but I ignored every single one of them. I hadn't called my parents, nor had I talked to Nanami. I hadn't been playing ESO either. If it somehow got out that I was Neidhart, I would absolutely be fucked. It had been 1 week now. Was that enough time for everything to cool down? People always say, oh, they'll forget about it in a month, but hopefully it didn't actually take that long. And I mean, trends did go by extremely quickly these days. The slang people use would become obsolete by the next year. Even net slang and memes that people used online died out in just a couple months. Television sought out heroes, idols, villains, or whatever else that would excite the public. And as soon as it found them, it consumed them for all they're worth, then promptly discarded them. Even the new gen cases, which had been going on for 6 cases now, were quieting down. No one even talked about the first case on that channel anymore. Everything faded from people's memories in the blink of an eye. Which was why I was hoping that, in the past week, everything that had happened to me already faded from the public consciousness, just like some passing trend. Even if it was just wishful thinking, I couldn't help but hope that it might be true. My head and stomach started to pang. I sat down on my usual bench and calmed myself down. Sierra-tan would know what to say right now.
そんなに苦しむぐらいならもう学校になんか行くのやめればいいっしょ
If it's causing you so much pain, you should just stop going to school, don't you think? I was at the point where I was starting to consider it. I mean, due to the worsening security, more and more people have been opting out of school in Shibuya Ward, so it wouldn't just be me. And I'd always thought that it made no difference whether or not I graduated, so much so that I'd be willing to drop out of school right now. But despite that, I still plan to continue going, even if it meant risking running into Yua. I gulped down a cola I'd bought at the vending machine on the way to the park, then stood up from the bench. I should just stop kidding myself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to quit it either. Because if I quit school, I wouldn't be able to see Rimi anymore. We were classmates. So long as I kept going to school, I'd be able to see her without going out of my way to do so. But if I lost that, I could always just call her or go meet her directly. But like I said, that would mean I'd have to go out of my way to contact her. And I knew for a fact I couldn't do that. In fact, I'd already hadn't been able to bring myself to see her for a while now.
私が一緒にいてあげる
I'll stay by your side. That was what Rimi promised me, and I hadn't heard from her for over 10 days now. Not a single word. The thought that Rimi, my one and only ally, might have fallen out of love with me after seeing my disgusting behavior on TV, it destroyed me. I was terrified. I felt like crying, and I had never felt so alone. No one, not even Nanami, had come to see me. I was being subjected to threat after threat of endless slander on the internet. I was scared shitless by even the idea of Shogun and Yua. And while I had said before that I didn't want to see anyone, the loneliness was eating away at me. I wanted Rimi to come and see me. I wanted her to hug me gently and tell me it would all be okay. Must have been so hard, but I'm here now, she would say. And then, Rimi had spoiled me rotten. But she wasn't in the wrong for doing so. Rimi had taught me the warmth that 3D could have. And now that I knew what that warmth felt like, I had never stopped wishing for it ever since. I couldn't get that kind of peace from 2D or delusions anymore. I couldn't survive on just my delusions. I wanted to see her. When I'd passed through the school gate, I hadn't noticed any particular change in the atmosphere. That is to say, no one had noticed me. I entered the building and started up the stairs. A girl I didn't recognize went to pass me, but just before she did, she let out an audible "ah" and looked at me with pity in her eyes. I walked into the hallway where my classroom was located, and I could feel people's gazes mercilessly burning through me as they whispered. At that moment, I was hit with a very bad feeling. My wishful thinking was already on the verge of shattering to pieces. But even so, I opened the door to my classroom, fueled by my one desire, to see Rimi. The silence lasted about 10 seconds. Everyone was frozen. They all stared at me. I kept my head down as I walked through the quieted classroom and took my seat. As if on cue, a Dekyun sitting in the last row, whose name I didn't know, spoke up.
Oi, Nishijo! 超能力見せてくんね?
Yo, Nishiju, care to show us your psychic powers? And with those two sentences, time started moving again in the classroom.
それ言ったらかわいそうじゃね?
Why are you even bothering? He's just an attention whore.
だってユーリが認めた男なんだぜ.
You think so? Didn't Yuri say he was legit?
そうそう、俺テレビ見てたぜ。すげえよ、あのやらせ超能力者。
Right. How could I forget? The Yuri guy. I've seen him on TV before. Real awesome show and all, but his psychic powers are total bullshit.
西条もどうせやらせなんでしょ?
Yeah, so Nishiju would have to be fake too, right?
大きい人形と小さいお人形を抱えてただけだもんね。
Yeah, totally. All he knows how to do is bang his blow-up doll and small plastic one. Ha 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 ha.
やめとけって。西条は病気なだけだっつの。そっとしといてやれ。
Come on, lay off. Nishiju's just... That's all. So be nice.
だってあいつ空飛べるらしいじゃん。あとなんだっけ？投資？
I heard that he can fly. And that he's got this other power. What's it called? Clairvoyance or something?
私投資されたらどうしよう。服もスケスケで裸見られる。
Oh god. What if he uses that on me? He'd see right through my clothes.
西条変態じゃん。
Nishiju, you're such a perv.
おやっべこっち見た。石にされる前に目をするぜ。
Oh fuck. He's looking over here. Quick, look away before you turn to stone.
大丈夫。実際のところただのキモートだから。
Nah, don't worry about it. He's just some otaku freak. He can't hurt us. This is hell. This was exactly what I'd feared the most. The DQs had their eyes on me now. It'd been a week, but no one had forgotten about the uproar it caused. I was now the laughingstock of Japan. The boy who, after trying to show off his special powers to the masses, went home and slept with a figure. There was no point in protesting, saying that I'd never called myself an Esper. The truth was meaningless now. Right now, the truth was just the one story that everyone in Japan was familiar with. The story that tens of millions of people recognized to be the truth. There was no fixing that. No one could. Not me, not anyone on TV, not even Shogun. I was a self-proclaimed Esper who no one would ever associate with. I was an absolutely revolting male otaku, the biggest freak anyone had ever seen. Not a single person would ever look at me with anything other than disgust. I'd always hated TV shows that made fun of otakus, and now I just added fuel to the fire. I didn't have any psychic abilities. I couldn't fly, I didn't have clairvoyance, I didn't have telekinesis. I couldn't obtain a D-sword. I'd even given up on trying to save my sister just so I could save myself. Like the complete piece of shit I was. I was just an otaku that had nothing to show for his life other than his knowledge of anime, video games, and whatever other media. So it only made sense that I couldn't do it. I fought off my imminent mental breakdown and searched for my savior, Rimi. And when I did, my eyes met Misumi-kun's, only for him to immediately look away. I guess that was only fair. If you hung out with me, the entire class would shun you too. That was why he looked away. It was only natural. Besides, he and I had always lived in two different worlds. I was an otaku, and he was a total alpha male. It was a marvel that we had ever even been friends at all. Feeling like I was on the verge of tears, I went back to scanning the room. I searched for anything I could latch onto. I desperately cried out my mind for Rimi. But she wasn't there. Rimi was nowhere to be found. Why? Was she just absent? Of all times for her to be gone, why now? I didn't have any way to get a hold of her. What if she never came to school again? If that happened, I'd likely never see her again for the rest of my life. That was the feeling I got. It was like that when she first appeared, too. Back on the first day I saw her at school, Rimi was suddenly in my class, just like that. And now, she disappeared just as quickly. Could she have gotten caught up in the earthquake? Could she be dead? I tried my best to shake off all those negative thoughts, but it was hopeless. I was just getting more and more depressed. And now, my mind was being overwhelmed by an incredibly dark and foreboding delusion. I was just wondering the same thing. I was about to say something. I was starting to wonder if the girl known as Sakihara Rimi had ever existed at all. Maybe she was just another personality I had created in my delusions, like Sierra Tan. I was thinking that maybe yeah. When I thought of it like that, it all started to make sense. Whenever I needed help, Rimi always came to my rescue, like a knight in shining armor. Whenever anyone else would treat an otaku freak like me like trash, Rimi would treat me with kindness. Had I seriously believed that there was a 3D girl that was just so damn perfect for me? Someone that was pretty much my dream girl? I bet she is real though. I had no reason to come to school anymore. My one and only reason was gone. I really was completely alone, just like I'd always been. I'd always been completely and utterly alone. We're gonna go positive. I started to cry inside my head. It took everything I had just to keep myself from crying in real life. That was all I could do to try and at least maintain some semblance of pride. But that was all it was, a semblance. I tried as hard as I could just to keep my head down, grit my teeth, and stay in my seat. Even though I didn't want to hear them, I could hear all my classmates talking. I wanted to run away, but I was too afraid that I'd only make things worse. Every last one of you should just die. I had nothing left to lose, so why not just die doing what I loved to the very end? For example, wrapping my arms around one of the girls in my class and whispering dirty things ripped straight from an eroge in her ear. If I could actually do that, I'd go straight to class in the morning to get in some public humiliation roleplay. Fooey. While only half paying attention, I looked around the classroom. Who would be a good target? A cute girl that wouldn't put up much of a fight sounded ideal. The DQ'd bitches are already out of the question. Even though they were all mere high school students, they all wore way too much makeup, rendering them not even remotely attractive. Oh, I know. Maybe the transfer student would be a good choice. From a glance, she looked to be quite docile, and her entire body gave off the aura who was typically the #1 target of bullying. Additionally, she also had the clumsy girl attribute, which was super mo. Really, she was already virtually a 2D character. Yeah, perhaps she would be a good choice. I stood up in a relaxed manner. The aura surrounding me changed. Even the people who had been ridiculing and provoking me were startled by my sudden movement. In the end, you guys are all talk. But I'm different. I'm the type of man who acts. And now it's time to prove it to you. Without saying a single word, I made my way over to the transfer student's desk. She was sitting hunched over in her seat, face down. Noticing me approach, she looked up at me quizzically. For some reason, she already looked like she was about to cry. I then quickly grabbed both her slender arms. I then began to pull her toward me. She tried to resist me with her feeble strength. She alternated between looking at me and looking at her surroundings, her confusion written all over her face. It was clear she had no idea what to do. I brought her in close and wrapped my arms around her quite forcefully. Her body really was incredibly frail, to the point where I thought I might break her if I was too rough with her. She trembled like a chihuahua in my arms. But man, did she smell good. I nuzzled against her head, the top of which barely reached the bottom of my chin. I buried my nose in her soft hair and sniffed it. The transfer student was so terrified that she couldn't speak. Then again, I hadn't seen her talk even once before this anyway. She was struggling and wriggling around in order to try and escape from my grip, but the strength she put forth was pitiful. I didn't exercise normally at all, but even with zero muscle mass, I'd easily be able to subdue her. The DQs around me, likely taken aback by my strange behavior, were all frozen in place. As the transfer student shook her head back and forth, I ran my tongue along her earlobe. Her delicate body squirmed in my arms. Ah, what a delicious reaction. More. I couldn't get enough of it. I was getting more and more aroused. I decided not to think about the consequences, instead just choosing to follow through with my inner desires. First, the dirty talk. I was gonna make this timid transfer student say something indecent. Sexual desire was something else. I want you to say, pussycat. Oh, shit. The transfer student's face reddened. She shook her head even more desperately than before, tears welling up in her eyes. Say, cockroach. Her reluctance only served to feed my sadistic desire even more. Say, cock-a-doodle-doo.
Jinsko!
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Huh? Well, let's forget about that last one. As I slouched farther and farther into my seat, I tried to make the transfer student perform a number of humiliating acts in my head. I wasn't gonna hold back anymore. If my life was gonna end anyway, I might as well have a little bit of fun before it did. The more I thought about it, the more I felt the urge to do it. Maybe the moment I did something reckless like that, the simulation of the bad end would end, and the world would then reset. I would then return to the original world where I could make different choices. Rimi would be there. Mitsumi-kun would be talking to me in his normal, overly friendly manner. Everyone would have completely forgotten about my shameful behavior. No one would be making fun of me. Maybe I should try it. The center of my head felt fuzzy. I felt kind of feverish. Was this that fever you got before obtaining some new knowledge or power? Or was it some delusional fever? I didn't have a specific name for it if it was. Well, not like it mattered. Maybe I should try it. Even if I couldn't return to the original world, people would just think I was crazy. No, they probably already thought that, so it really didn't matter. It wasn't like I had anything to lose. A week ago, back when the nurse had told me that Nanami was still alive, I thought that as long as Nanami was alive, nothing else mattered. Even my life didn't matter. I didn't care if I was treated like some freak and sent to the nearest hospital. It'd be nice if I ended up in the same one as Yasi. Where had Yasi been admitted to, I wondered. Was it in that penitentiary-like hospital that she used to be in? Even that would be fine. Hell, that would even be slightly better than being in this school without Remy. The urges within me bubbled like magma. I could no longer control them. I slowly stood up. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone in the class stared at me, and their expressions stiffened. Don't look. There was no reason to look at a worthless piece of shit like me. No, you have... Suddenly. All sorts of worth. I heard...
Huh?
A girl's voice. A whole bunch of it. Not only that, but it sounded straight out of an anime. Who's the one who saved the girl, who's the one who saved the girl who tried to kill herself by jumping off the rooftop? You, Nishiju-kun. Which is why you have tons and tons of worth, Nishiju-kun. Who the hell was talking to me? I looked around the room one more time. Everyone was all frozen in place due to my odd behavior, but they all kept their mouths shut. I couldn't find a single human being who was talking. But that voice, it was such a strange sensation. It felt like it was coming from directly inside my head. Was it an illusion, or had I just crafted yet another delusional girl inside my head? It's not an illusion at all, sees. It's not an illusion at all, sees. Not a delusion either. Huh? What was that just now? They were responding to my thoughts. Was someone reading my mind? No, it had to be just a delusion. Kazupi is right here. What the hell is a Kazupi? And where is here? Who are you? When I shouted, my classmates moved further and further away from me, almost like they were trying to run away in fear. You said you were worthless, Nishiju-kun, but Kazupi knows that's wrong. Super duper wrong. The voice didn't answer my question. All the voice did was continue to talk to me in a really strange way. Instead, all the other people in the classroom, the ones that talk all bad about Nishiju-kun, they're the ones that's worthless. A shudder ran through me. Goosebumps sprang up on my skin. In an extremely cheerful tone, the voice then said, Kazupi thinks he's... Them would be a good thing. Please, no more. I cowered in my seat, cradling my head in my hands. The world hadn't reset. I hadn't returned to the parallel world where Remy was. Rather, it was like I had gone completely and utterly crazy. It had been a week. It had been a week since Ban had last visited the Frisia office, and things were a little bit different from what he remembered. The seas of papers that had been piled high atop each and every desk were now completely absent. They had likely all come crashing down due to the earthquake, and Mimosa had ordered it to be cleaned up. Because of this, the place looked quite tidy. Staring at it with a sidelong look, Ban let out a sigh, then sat down on an office chair he had wheeled out from beneath a desk. He restlessly fanned his face with his favorite handheld fan. Mouse, who had been tapping away on her laptop's keyboard on her desk, took one look at Ban's dismal appearance and scowled.
なーに？来るなりため息なんてついて。
What? Did you just come in to sigh at me?
なあ、ももちゃん。
ももちゃん。
何にもないとこから剣が出てくるって手品見たことあるかい？
Have you ever seen a magic trick where a sword pops straight out of thin air?
そう。手品なんて詳しくないから。
Can't say I'm all too familiar with magic.
じゃあ、瞬間移動。
Alright. Then what about teleportation?
箱の中に入ってとかそういうこと？
What, like something teleporting into a box?
いや、そうじゃなくて。
No, not quite.
一体何が言いたいわけ？宴会芸でも覚えたいの？
Then what on earth are you getting at? Are you trying to pick up some new party trick?
わかんねえんだね。多分関係ないことだからさ。
No, and you don't really need to know. It's probably got nothing to do with you.
変な人ね。
You're a real piece of work, you know that? Mostly shrugged her shoulders, then took a bite out of the kintsugi pastry Ban had offered her.
どうぞ、お茶っす。
Order up, piping hot tea. Sua brought over 2 paper cups. Steam billowed from the green tea that had been poured into them.
あら悪いわね、スバちゃん。お茶組なんてさせちゃって。
Oh, forgive me for making you grab the tea for us, Sua-chan.
今日みほちゃん風邪で休んでて。
Mio-chan came down with a cold and is taking the day off.
いや、大丈夫っす。
Nah, it's all good. With a cheerful smile on his face, he handed Mimosa and Ban each a paper cup. Sua had been taken to the office once before by Ban while they were on another case. Ever since then, Sua had come to look up to Mimosa as more of a mentor rather than his more direct superior, Ban. Mimosa also seemed to enjoy Sua's company, and she tended to speak to the young, honest man far kinder language than she did to Ban.
それより何の話してたんすか？
Now refreshments are taken care of. What are you two talking about?
どうやったら父兄に受ける宴会芸を覚えられるかって相談をな。
I was asking how I get smart in the field of party tricks. You know, to impress the local police women.
ああ、そりゃ興味深いっす。
Wow. I can't believe I missed that.
スワちゃん、こんなダメ刑事なんかといつまでもつるんでちゃダメよ。もっと優秀な上司に就くのをおすすめするわ。
Sua-chan, you know you can't keep hanging around such an awful detective forever. You should really try and fix yourself up with a better superior.
でないと、あなたの出世街道が断たれちゃう。
If you don't, your path to success will instead send you careening straight off a cliff.
まるで俺が出世絶望的みてえな言い方だな。
You make it sound like I'm dooming the kid.
事実でしょ。悔しかったらもっと真面目に仕事しなさい。
Yes, that's the point. If you don't like it, then try treating your job more seriously.
してるんだがな。
It's certainly not for a lack of trying. Ignoring Ban's frown of disagreement, Mostly held out of the box of Kintsuba to Suwa.
スワちゃんも食べて。
Take a couple, Suwa-chan.
あ、どうもっす。
Ah, thanks, miss.
言っとくが、それは俺が自腹で買ってきたもんだぞ。
Just so you know, I bought those with my own money.
先輩、いただきます。
Well then, sir, thanks for treating me. When he saw his subordinate bow his head and reach for the kintsuba, Ben let out yet another sigh.
それより二人ともこれを見て。
Tea time aside, I need you two to look over here. A line graph appeared on the laptop screen. It had a gently undulating curve that rose and fell like the tide. Suwa, who had circled around behind Ban, peered at the graph and cocked his head.
これ、何のグラフっすか？
What's with the graph?
ここ1年の渋谷近辺の GE レートよ。
It's the GE rate of the general Shibuya area over the past year.
おかしいと思わない？
Don't you think it's odd?
渋谷の平均 GE レートが世界的に見ても高いってのは、ももちゃんに教えてもらったんだぜ。
Aren't you the one who told us the average GE rate in Shibuya is higher than the rest of the world?
そうじゃなくて、
That's not what I'm referring to.
気のせいかもしれないけど、GE レートが何者かによって操作されてるような気がするの。
I'm not sure if it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I have this gut feeling that someone is manipulating the GE rate.
そんなことできるんすか？
How the heck would that be possible?
さあ。でもグラフを見るとなんだか不自然なのよね。
Not sure, but when I look at the graph, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something unnatural going on here.
数値が小刻みに変動しすぎてる。
The numbers fluctuate far too much in these small increments.
10年ぐらい前まで遡って調べてみたんだけど、ここ5年ぐらいはずっとそんな調子なのよ。
I went back about 10 years to investigate, and it's only been doing this for around the past 5 years or so.
前に太田教授だっけか、その人が言ってた GE レートが半年前から増加してるとか、その辺と関係あるの？
I think Professor Oda said something about that. What was it? Wasn't it something about how GE rate's been increasing like mad over the past 6 months? Could that have something to do with it?
太田教授の調査では GE レートはそんなに細かい変動は起こさないっていうことなのよ。
According to Professor Oda's research, the GE rate doesn't fluctuate in values that minuscule.
何らかの異常が起こってて、そこに人為的なものを感じるってことか。
So you're saying there's some kind of anomaly other than that going on, and you've got a hunch it's man-made?
でも5年っすよ。それだけ続いてれば異常じゃなくて正常な状態と言えなくもないんじゃないですか？
But it's been 5 years, right? If it's been that long, wouldn't that make it more normal than abnormal?
もう一つあるの。
There's one more thing.
グラフを細かく調べていくと GE レートは毎週末に伸びる傾向にあるのよ。
If you examine the graph in detail, you'll notice that the GE rate tends to increase every weekend.
週休2日のサラリーマンにはありがたいことだな。俺には関係ねえけど。
Real godsend for the businessmen who've got 2 days off a week. Doesn't help me much though.
ああ、土日に休み欲しいっすね。自分もう2ヶ月休みなしっすよ。
Man, it'd sure be nice to have the weekends off. I haven't had a day off for 2 months now. The two dejected detectives hung their heads, to which Melissa responded with a curt shake of her own.
茶化してる場合じゃないわ。1週間ごとに定期的に変動してるのよ。しかも年末年始やお盆休みなんかは変動がピタリと止まる。
Focus. Boys, this is no time to be fooling around. Anyway, the line fluctuates at fixed intervals every week, but as soon as New Year's vacation, the Bond Festival, or other similar holidays come by, the fluctuations stop right on the dot.
何かの意志が働いているとしか思えないわ。
I can't help but think it's the will of man at play here.
年末年始やお盆休みがあるのって人間だけだよね。
I suppose humans are the only ones who would have New Year's, the Bond Festival, and the like off.
動物や植物はそんなもんあるわけねえもんな。
Plants and animals don't tend to take holidays.
実は地球の意志とか。
Maybe it's the will of the earth.
地球の意志？随分壮大な話だな。
The will of the earth? No, ain't that a good one.
だが、もし仮にそんなもんがあったとして、地球が明けましておめでとうとか言うかな。
Even if such a thing was at play, why would the earth be out here wishing us a happy new year?
冗談っすよ。
I wasn't being serious.
年末年始はともかく、お盆休みは日本にしかない風習よね。
If we disregard New Year's, we're left with the Bond Festival, an entirely Japanese custom.
日本人の社会活動と同期しすぎてか。
So you're saying the GE rate synchronizes with Japanese social activities?
渋谷っすから当然なんじゃ。
Then it makes sense that Shibuya would be the same way, right?
ちなみにこことここ見て。
Right. And take a look here and here. Most of first pointed at the center of the line graph, and then to the right where the most recent date was situated.
この2箇所はすごく伸びているでしょう。
These two areas are awfully high, aren't they?
一番右は1年の最高記録じゃん。
The rightmost one looks like it's setting a new record.
1年どころかこの10年で最高よ。
And it's not just the past year, but the past 10 years.
日付は
And what are the dates?
真ん中は3ヶ月前。覚えてる？小さな地震があったでしょ。
The middle one was 3 months ago. Remember the small earthquake that happened at the time?
ああ、震度3でなぜか8人も死んだ。俺が。
The seismic intensity 3 one? 8 people died in it, if my memory serves me right.
あの犠牲者ってなんで死んだのか理由はまだ特定できてないんじゃなかったの？
Were they ever able to pin down the specific cause of death for the victims?
さあ、そうでしたっけ？
I don't know. Did they? Ignoring the exchange between the two detectives, Momos continued to talk.
で、一番右はこの間の地震の日。
As I was saying, the rightmost one is from the day of the earthquake.
おお。
Oh.
あの日、大規模な電磁波が発生したのは知ってるわよね。
I assume you've heard about the large-scale electromagnetic waves that were given off on that day.
渋谷中のコンピューターが壊れたらしいな。俺はアナログ人間だからよくわからんな。
I heard through the grapevine that all the computers in Shibuya were completely done in, but I don't know. All that tech stuff's Greek to me.
自分も自宅のノーパソがやられたっす。普及してる暇がなくて。
Ever since then, the laptop I keep at home's been shot. I haven't had time to restore it.
あれは地震の影響で電磁波が起きたって言われてるけど、真相は全く逆かもしれない。
They say that the earthquake caused the electromagnetic waves, but the truth may be complete opposite.
電磁波の影響で地震が起きた。
The electromagnetic waves caused the earthquake.
おい、そんなことテレビや新聞じゃ言ってなかったぞ。
Whoa. They didn't say anything like that on TV or in the papers.
あくまで私の推測だけど。
It's only speculation on my part, but I'm still strongly considering it.
この2つの地震は天災じゃなくて人災かもって思ってるの。
I just can't help but feel that these two earthquakes aren't natural, that they're both man-made.
だってどっちも普通じゃないもん。
Neither one of them are even remotely normal.
前の地震では震度3っていう規模なのに8人も亡くなってるし。
The one from 3 months ago killed 8 people despite only being a seismic intensity 3 quake.
そして今回は震度5で118人。
And the one from a few days ago killed 118 people despite only being a seismic intensity 5 quake.
死にすぎって言いたい。
Are you implying there's too many deaths?
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ。亡くなった方の大半は死因が不明って。
It's like you two were talking about earlier. The causes of death for the vast majority of the victims are still unclear.
そんなの尋常じゃないわ。
That's incredibly unusual.
まあ、確かに。
Well, I suppose so.
それに空が白く染まったっていう噂もある。
And on top of that, there's a rumor floating around that the sky turned completely white.
そういえば、時間が経つにつれて全く報道されなくなった。
Now that you mention it, once a bit of time passed, there was next to no coverage of it at all.
マスコミに何らかの圧力があったのかもね。
Maybe there's some kind of pressure being placed on the media.
まさか。
You're kidding.
迷惑。
The Maywa party?
おそらくそうよ。
That would be my first guess.
マジっすか？
Oh, are you serious?
明和党とつながりの企業団体を洗うべきかな。
Maybe it'd be a good idea to start looking into companies who've got links to them.
もうやったわよ。
Way ahead of you.
さすがももちゃん。相変わらず仕事早いね。
No surprise there, Momo-chan. You've always been quite the busy bee.
で、
So, what you got? Momosa raised her hands skyward and stretched far and wide, tilting her head slightly to the side. A satisfying pop sounded from her bones.
それらしい当たりはなし。お手上げよ。
No such luck. I've already thrown in the towel.
お手上げって。ももちゃん。
You? Throwing in the towel? I'm shocked, Momo-chan.
やっぱももちゃんさんの推測が間違いなんじゃ。
So your guess turned out to be wrong after all.
そうかもしれないわね。
Perhaps so.
これでも結構時間かけて調べたのよ。本業そっちのけでね。
And I can assure you I put in the work when it came to researching. I even placed my actual job on hold for it.
でも行き詰まっちゃったわ。よほど巧妙に隠されているか。スワちゃんの言う通り、私の推測が見当外れでしかないのか。
But I'm at the end of my rope. I'm not sure if it's all extremely well hidden or if my guess is just wrong like Suichan suggested.
こういう時は別の方向から攻めてみるってのがデカの鉄則だぜ。
For times like these, there's an ironclad rule in the detective's handbook: attack from a different angle.
先輩、なんか心当たりあるんですか？
Sir, do you have some idea what might be going on? Ban stopped a hand that was fanning himself, then wet his lips with his tongue.
週末に G レートが上がって得するやつって誰なんだろうな。
Who do you think might benefit from the GE rate being higher on the weekends? I hadn't heard any more auditory illusions, but I couldn't bear to spend even another second in the classroom, so I'd booked into the restroom and hid there until afternoon classes were over. The reason I hadn't immediately headed back to my base was not only because of my lingering regret, but also because I still hoped that I'd get to see Rimi. So after school, once everybody had left, I snuck back into the empty classroom. And there she was, all alone in the room, smiling at me as I walked in, was Rimi.
石どこ行ってたの？待ってたんだよ。
Bishi, I've been waiting for you, Taku. Where you been?
一緒に帰ろっか、タク。
Well, I'm ready to head home if you are. I was hoping you'd say that. This is exactly what I had wished for. But I was the only one in the classroom. Nobody was waiting for me. I made my way to the courtyard. It was here that Rimi had told me, "I'll stay by your side." But now there was no one here. My only companions were the purple flowers in the flower bed, swaying lonesomely in the autumn breeze. I grabbed a vermilion handkerchief out of my bag, the same one that Rimi had given me. I sniffed it, hoping to smell her familiar floral scent, but that smell never came. I had likely washed it once before and in the process erased every trace of her. It was just a regular handkerchief now. The memory lingered, but Rimi did not. With every part of me crying out to see her.
なんて
There. I simply wandered around the school grounds.
なんて救いようがないんだ。僕って。
There really is no hope for me, is there? Holding her handkerchief in my mouth the entire time. I disgusted myself so much, I felt like I was gonna vomit. After leaving the school, I began walking around aimlessly. I didn't care about anything anymore. My fears about being attacked by Shogun or Yua or whoever else had completely vanished. I even found myself wishing that they would kill me. As long as it wasn't painful, I welcomed it. My mental state had been completely overtaken by depression. When my gaze happened upon it, the center of Shibuya was so bleak, it only served to accelerate my depression all the more. Not a single smile could be seen on the people walking down the street. All they did was scowl grimly at their surroundings. It gave the place a particularly stark atmosphere, one where it felt as if a fight could break out between the passers-by any moment. Stores that would normally be filled to the brim with people had their shutters practically bolted to the ground. Just by walking aimlessly through Shibuya, I'd already come across a ton of them. I also noticed that there were fewer cars on the road than usual. The jumbotrons that had always blared through the streets were now completely silent. And in their place were the incessant sounds of police sirens, car horns, and various cars screeching in the distance. There wasn't a single trace of the mess I'd caused in front of the station a week ago. Even if I hadn't disappeared from the people's memories yet, the city's memories may have long since driven me into obscurity. How nice would it be if I, too, could wipe away my memories? To know nothing, to be ignorant, to remain a fool. I was sure a person like that lived a life full of sunshine and roses.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。
Ignorance is a sin. People claim ignorance is bliss, but that's simply naive. I had a feeling Santa had said that to me, but was it really so wrong, being naive? People, me, none of us are that strong. I was always wishing for someone to save me. I couldn't do anything on my own. I didn't want to. I stood in the middle of the road and closed my eyes. The most agonizing thing about all of this was that I barely understood what was actually going on. Things like Shogun and D-swords were things I didn't want to know, but I'd end up learning about them regardless. However, if you were to ask me what they were, I wouldn't be able to answer. I didn't know the answer. Maybe I should just look into the top of the O-front building. I thought that to myself. If I were to die, maybe my memories would reset and I would just get to play again. Hey, person controlling me, what do you think? This current playthrough is a complete and utter failure. You made a mistake by allowing your joke of a character to grow in levels. You should have made me more like a hero. You should have made me actually cool. You should have made me more sociable, respectful to women, and you should have given me a passionate sense of justice that would allow me to empower the weak. As I am now, I can't beat the final boss. I can't beat the game. I can't do anything, so please don't expect me to. Reset the game. Please, I'm worthless like this. Erase me. I wasn't erased. Instead, I felt the impact of someone bumping into my shoulder. Hey, you're in the middle of the damn sidewalk. I thought I was just hearing things. Earlier this morning, I had heard a girl version of that line, and now it was a guy version. Who'd asked for that? I'd rather hear a much more Mo voice, an illusion I could actually fap to later. Then again, if they were to whisper something sexy in my ear, I'd get a boner even though I was in the middle of the city. Don't ignore me, you piece of shit. You hear us, motherfucker? You're Nishiju, aren't you? Well, how about that? Looks like we got ourselves the fake expert, boys. You were on TV the other day. You're probably fucking loaded from the royalties. Look at people when they're talking to you, Esper-kun. I opened my eyes. There were 3 men standing all around me. All 3 of them were wearing baggy clothing, and they had gold, silver, and red hair. 2 of them had their noses and ears pierced, and the remaining one just had their ears pierced. One of them was a kangaroo. Kangaroo? Which I thought had gone completely extinct before now. Ah, there's a death flag, I thought to myself. So this was the bump into confrontation kind of death flag, huh? It really was just one after the other today. Whatever. I don't even care anymore. Just hurry up and kill me. Once you do, the game will reset and I'll be born anew. Do you have a knife on you? Make sure you stab me in a way that I'd instantly, alright? I was so scared, my legs were shaking. Help me! I shouted that instinctively, though it had been closer to a scream. I didn't care about how it made me look. Someone, help me! I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I was lying about not caring anymore. My situation might be hopeless, but I still don't want to die. Shut the fuck up. One of the DQs covered my mouth. I couldn't speak anymore. They grabbed my arms from both sides. If you make a single fucking peep, I'll fucking end you right now. I stopped resisting. They dragged me to a deserted alleyway no one would go anywhere near, grinning the entire time. So I decided to launch a preemptive strike against the 3 men. I'm sorry. I got down on my hands and knees and apologized in a shaky voice.
お金なら全部渡すから。
I'll give you all the money you want.
それで見逃してください。
So please, just let me go. I held out my wallet to them. The DQN snatched it from me.
お前金持ちだな。さすが超能力少年だぜ。
Well, what do you know? You are fucking loaded. You're the Esper boy that keeps on giving.
お前、いいやつじゃん。俺気に入っちゃったよ。
You're a real nice guy. I like you. Still on my hands and knees, I breathed a sigh of relief when he said that if he liked me, he was probably gonna let me go.
俺らの仲間に入れてやるよ。入会金は100万円な。これ強制。本当はすぐ払ってもらうとこだけどよ。今日の夜までにしてやるよ。
You can become one of us. Admission fee is 1 million yen, and it's mandatory. I would ask you to pay right away, but I'll give you till tonight.
まあ、なんか超能力使って見せてくれたら、半額にしてやってもいいけどな。
Well, since I'm such a nice guy, I'll slash the fee in half if you show us one of your Esper powers.
なんか言えよ。
What do you say, eh?
超能力見せろっつってんだよ。
He told us to show your psychic powers.
できねえの。
Can't get it up?
できねえのかっつってんだよ。
Can you fucking do it or not? I felt a sharp pain jolt through my side. It felt like he'd broken my ribs. I couldn't breathe. I nearly lost consciousness. I was dizzy. Right as I thought that, the DQ's foot came into view in front of me. Then, aiming directly at my face, his shoe shot toward me at tremendous speed. He went night-night. What just happened? He got knocked into another timeline. I thought I felt an agonizing pain radiating from my face, but it might have just been a delusion. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids refused to move. The darkness wouldn't go away.
だよ、もう伸びたのか?
The fuck? You out already?
どうする? このくらいにしとく?
What do we do? Should we leave him and take off?
もうちょっと痛みつけといた方がいいんじゃね?
Come on. Don't you think we should rough him up a bit more?
あのダーススパイダーの兄ちゃんもそう言ってたじゃん。
That's what that Darth Spider guy told us to do.
ボコボコにしてくれって言ってた.
Yeah, he wanted us to beat the living shit out of him.
こいつボコるだけで金くれるなんて、よっぽどこいつのこと嫌いなのかもな。
Maybe they hate this guy so much that they're willing to pay someone else to do it, but they can't be fucked to do it themselves.
というわけなんで、続きまーす。
Which is why, let's keep right on going.
俺らのこと恨まないでね。
Don't hold this against us. I'm sorry. I want to kill them. I'm sorry. I want to kill them.
おい、何土地狂ってんだよ。ふざけんなよ。
Hey, the fuck are you doing? This is a joke, right?
なんだそれ。おい、よせ。やめろ。
Hey, what is that? Hey, stop. Stop.
やめて。やだ。
Stop it. No. Yeah, all that. What's going on? Who is it? The pale evening sun shone through the window of the hospital room. The light, singed red by the twilight, divided the room into two distinct parts, one captivated by light, and one dominated by darkness. And what was illuminated by that light was a bed adorned with pure white sheets. On the bedside table sat a handheld video game console. A number of academic books lined a nearby shelf, neighbored by the muted pink petals of an arrangement of cosmos flowers resting in a vase. The room was neat and tidy. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. It was a space where time seemed to have come to a stop. The window cut into the evening sky, and by that window was a small figure sitting in a wheelchair. The figure's back to the window. He remained still and motionless. His breathing was so light, and the intervals between each breath were so long, one might think he was already dead. His skin was covered with wrinkles. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets were sunken in. His scalp was barren. With these features, it was often questioned whether he should be referred to as a young boy or an old man. His shadow, which he had dubbed Shogun, extended all the way to the door of the room. The world then moved for the first time. The door slowly opened, and a figure emerged from the darkened corridor, stepping foot into the room steeped in an evening glow. Sakihata Rimi did not fully enter the hospital room, instead choosing to remain at the entrance. Her expression, illuminated by the setting sun, detailed how the girl had been in deep thought.
もうやめよう。
Can we stop now?
残念だけど、
I'm sorry to say this, but
あの彼は西條匠は消すべきだよ。
that boy, Nishiju Takumi, should just be erased. So she's working with him? What? Shogun remained motionless in response to her words.
どうして？
Why do you think so?
危険だから。
He's dangerous. Rimi's voice was laden with grief and sorrow. Her eyes appeared slightly moist.
私が消そうか。
Can I erase him?
ダメだよ。
No, you can't. Rimi was unable to confirm whether or not he was actually moving his mouth to speak.
彼にはやってもらわなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。
There's something he must do for me. Rimi hung her head, then gently ran her fingers through her hair that draped down before her.
例えば、あなたは夢に見たことを覚えていられる？
Can you remember your dreams? Yes.
そっか。
Oh,
私、すぐ忘れちゃうんだ。
I forget them as soon after I wake up.
できる人とできない人がいる。
Some people can remember them, some people can't.
できる人はきっとロマンチストなんだね。
People who can must be real romantics.
すごく長い夢をよく見るよ。
I often have very, very long dreams.
見ている間は何年にも感じられる。
They can feel like several years have passed by as I dream them.
私も そうだった。
I used to have ones like that too.
そうだった気がする。
Or at least, I feel like I did.
でも、それは幻。
But that's just an illusion.
実際の時間としては、寝ているうちのほんの2、3秒程度のものなんだって、夢って。
In reality, dreams only take up 2 or 3 seconds of your time as you're sleeping.
心の歌方なの。
They're like bubbles, floating to the surface of your mind.
だから、早く目覚めて。
And that's why you need to hurry and wake up.
でないと、いつか。
If you don't, then someday.
あなたは、西条匠に殺されちゃう。
Nishiju Takumi is going to kill you.
それでも構わないよ。
Even if that were to happen, I would be at peace with it.
夢から覚めるわけにはいかない。
This is a dream from which I cannot wake.
この夢は、完結させなくちゃ。
I must see it through.
完結した夢の後には、何が残るの？
After the dream is complete, will there be anything left? Huh. I'm still kind of confused. I thought I was starting to figure stuff out, and now I'm confused again. My shoulder was shaking softly. It was extremely gentle, and after just one shake, it stopped. It felt like someone was peering at my face. My consciousness was slowly returning to me. As it did, the pain in my body returned along with it. The smell in my nose was a smell so strong it made me want to vomit. The smell of blood. I felt a tingling around my upper lip. The taste of iron spread throughout my mouth. Slowly, I opened my eyes. I was in the same back alley as before. I was lying face down on the asphalt, and right in front of me was a small, reddish-brown puddle of liquid, likely seeping out from one of the dumpsters. Grimacing at the smell invading my nostrils, I sat up. My whole body ached. My face in particular hurt like hell. It was hot and tingly, like someone had taken a lighter and gasoline to it. Right beside me, a girl I recognized was kneeling down and looking at me. She looked like she was about to cry. It was the transfer student, the girl who had transferred into my class. What was her name again? Ohara? Oshihara? Why was a transfer student here? I wondered. And then, the transfer student held out something to me. It was my wallet. Why did she have it? My head's still foggy. I looked around. The 3 Decuns had attacked me earlier were now lying in a pool of blood. Well, what the hell? It was like they had all been one-shot by some OP mob. The faces of all 3 were barely still intact. Dude, she went all fucking psycho on them. Were they dead? None of them moved a single muscle. No. Was this the 7th Nugent case? Who the hell would do something like this? Had I? The transfer student then stood up and beckoned to me. I was completely pale. She alternated between looking at me, who was still very confused, and the 3 collapsed people. Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and took off running with me in tow. staggering every once in a while. As soon as we reached the main street, the transfer student let go of my hand. We hadn't run very far, but she was already out of breath. We both fell silent. Maybe the transfer student was just as bad at talking as I was. Nah, that didn't matter right now. What I needed to do first was figure out what the hell had happened. I'd been being harassed by those decoons, and then they'd picked a fight with me. Then I must have passed out, but how long had I been unconscious? About 5 mini minutes. What? There it was again. I'd heard it again. Alright, we're going positive because I want to... Hopefully it, something to do with, I forget it. I forget the name. Kazupi or something? I thought someone I knew was nearby and was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't see anyone that fit that description. Damn it. Where were all these auditory illusions coming from? And why were they all happening today? Oh, it's her. It's not an illusion at all. I see. It was a delusion. Of course, that includes the bloody decunes from earlier too. It really isn't a delusion. It has to be a delusion. It's just like Sierra Tan, my wife who lives only in my head. Kazupi doesn't remember becoming Nishiju-kun's waifu one itty bitty bit. Come on, you can't be fooling around with other girls, Taki. I want your eyes to be only on me. You big dum-dum. Sierra Tan is still my waifu. Nothing's changed on that front. Besides, I don't have any memory of some dumb blonde character named Kazupi. Huh? Dumb blonde type. Typey? But Kazupi's really not a hallucination or a delusion at all. Not even a little bit. Then who's talking? No way. Could it actually be the timid transfer student standing in front of me? When I thought that, the transfer student gave a small nod. Huh? There's just no way. What just happened had to just be a coincidence. Maybe I'd mistaken and it just looked like she nodded at me. Kazupi said Kazupi is Kazupi. There's no way any of this is true. I'm not a telepath, not even close. Aww, how does Kazupi get Nishiju-kun to believe Kazupi? What the hell is a Unyu? For some strange reason, the transfer student looks sad. Damn it. Now I'm even getting somewhat depressed. If what you say is true, Kazupi, then prove you're the transfer student. Proof? What are your measurements?
西条くん変態体なのら
Nishiju-kun's a pervy pervert. So you can't answer them. That means you really are just a delusion. Poopy.
コズピー自分のスリーサイズなんてあまり測ったことないの
Problem is, Kazupi's never really measured all her measurements never before. Well, then just give me your bust size. Just a general estimate is fine.
恥ずかしいのら
But that's embarrassing. The conversation unfolding in my brain was getting way too perverted. Maybe it was time to dial it back a bit.
73くらいです
Around 73 centimeters. Is it true that the new student's chest is as flat as a board? So that part's consistent. At least, incidentally, I'm partial to the tiny breasts too. For some reason, the transfer student's face was a deep scarlet. Her already petite body got tinier and tinier as she made herself small. This is a coincidence. It was just a coincidence that the voice and her reaction were in sync. It's not proof of anything.
ちゃんと答えたの
But Kazupi answered what Nishiju-kun told Kazupi to. Well, yeah, but I have no way of knowing your actual bust size. And I'm sure you'd just ask someone to arrest me if I tried to measure you myself. Oh, no. Okay, then how about your birthday?
それなら簡単なのら11月13日だよ
That one's super easy. November 13th. Well, there's no way for me to confirm that it's true either. If I could go on a whim up to some 3D girl I'd never spoken to and ask her, hey, what's your birthday? I would have become a normie a long time ago. When I thought that, the transfer student that had been hanging in her head suddenly started fishing around in her bag. She then pulled something out from inside it and thrust it toward me and tears in her eyes. It was a student handbook, one that was practically brand new. Upon flipping open the cover, I saw a photo of the transfer student's face, the name Orihara Kazu, as well as her date of birth. But out of the three, what had really caught my attention was the date of birth written there. It was November 13th.
嘘でしょ
Huh? You're kidding? All right, I should check the name. The transfer student's name, according to her student handbook, is Orihara Kazupi.
まさか
There's no way.
だから最初からそう言ってたのらコズピーなの
Yeah, that's what Kazupi's been saying all along since the beginning. It's Kazupi. Could this somehow not be a delusion? This voice is her?
西条くん大丈夫
Nishiju-kun, are you okay, Z's? The transfer student, her head still hanging downward, glanced up at me and pointed at my face. Her fingertip was trembling.
タラリーって出てる
Your nose is going dribble dribble. I touched my hand on my face. The bottom of my nose was slimy. My nose was bleeding. The transfer student offered me a tissue. I took it from her and wiped the blood away, but I was still feeling very uneasy. The transfer student is...
コズピーだよ。
Kazupi, righty? Kazupi isn't moving her mouth. She isn't talking, so why can I hear her voice?
心の声なのら。
It's the voice of Kazupi's heart. Enough with that obnoxious speaking style. I can't stand it when people do that IRL.
ごめん。
Fui, sorry. Wait, you can hear my inner voice too?
聞こえるよ。
Yep. Kazupi can hear it.
普通に話さないのはなんで？
Oh, why don't you just talk to me normally?
恥ずかしいし。
'Cause it's embarrassing. Oh, I know how you feel. I'm like that too. When I said that, she scurried around me like a chipmunk, glanced at me, then started walking toward the station by herself.
ここ離れた方がいいと思う。
Kazupi thinks that Kazupi and Nishijukun should go now. Why? Confused, I followed her. As I walked, I noticed something. There was a stabbing pain in my side. The pain throbbed with every step I took, so I was forced to stop. I gripped my side and took a breath. There were people everywhere. I hated Shibuya with a burning passion. It felt like everyone I passed was laughing at me. It felt like everyone was watching me. It felt like everyone knew my face. Don't look at me. Don't laugh at me. I want to find somewhere I can get away from it all. I need to find a place to rest.
ほいじゃいいところがあるなら。
Oh, Whitey. There's a really nice place around here.
ご案内します。
Just follow Kazupi. The energy in Kazupi's voice now is a stark contrast to the few times we saw each other at school before. And even though she doesn't talk IRL, her inner voice has energy to spare, to say the least.
わあ、今うるさい女って考えた。
Hey, right now, you're thinking Kazupi is being super annoying. Oopu. Being able to talk to her in my head is convenient, but at the same time, it's more trouble than it's worth. Come to think of it, I'm accepting this stuff pretty easily, despite the fact that I'm not sure how the hell it actually works. Is this really a genuine, real-life psychic power?
やっぱりコズピーのこと気味悪いよね。
It's just like Kazupi thought. Kazupi really is creepy, isn't she?
こんなの普通じゃないし。
Stuff like this is not normal. I'm not bothered by the fact that you're not normal. It's just that I've met all kinds of weirdos recently. But you, Kazupi, you talk kind of funny, sure, but you're not scary. You're not Denpa tier. If anything, I prefer this.
そう言ってもらえるとうるうるってなっちゃうのら。
Oh, wowsies. Kazupi's feeling really, really happy now. As we walked, Kazupi suddenly burst into tears. Startled, I hurriedly gave her back the tissue. After bowing to me way more times than she needed to, she took the tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes. Back to what I was saying earlier. It feels really weird, and also makes me feel pretty uncomfortable when people can hear everything I'm thinking. That's my honest opinion about it.
そうだよね。
Kazupi sees.
ごめんなさい。
Kazupi is shawi.
でも聞きたくなくても聞こえちゃ
But it's not because Kazubi wants to. Kazubi can hear people even if Kazubi doesn't want to. Is that so?
そうなの。
It's so. Well, either way, I know you don't want to be told that by an otaku freak like me. I was right. A disgusting guy like me really is worthless.
そんなことない。
That's not even one teensy bit true. Just as I was about to revert to my depressed state, Kazubi shouted at me with her inner voice.
ダメだよ。そんなことを言っちゃ。
Not allowed. You're not allowed to say something like that anymore.
そんな悲しいこと。
It's just way too sad. Tears started to trickle down her face once again. Why are you crying? Do you feel sorry for me? If so, there's no reason to. I mean, look at me. I'm so utterly delusional. I create personalities inside my head and treat them like they're actually real people. For example, there's Rimi.
それって咲畑さんじゃなかった。咲畑さんのこと？
Huh? That is... Do you mean Sakihara-san? Or Sakihara-san? You know her?
だってクラスメートだよ。
Yeah, she's Kazubi's classmate.
西条くんの彼女さんなのら。
And Shiju-kun's girlfriend. Like hell she is.
あ、違うの？てっきりそうだとばっかり思ってた。
She's not? But Kazubi really thought that she really was. Kazubi knows who Rimi is, which means Rimi is real. She isn't just a delusion. She isn't someone I made up in my head. Rimi really is real.
So,
I see. I'm so happy. But if that's really true, then why hasn't she contacted me a single time? Maybe the O-Front incident really did make her fall out of love with me.
咲畑さん、地震があったあの日、青い顔をして早退して行っちゃったのら。
On the day of the big earthquake, Sakihara-san left school early. She looked super duper pale.
それ以来、学校来てないよ。
After that, Sakihara-san stopped coming to school at all.
もしかして家族に何か悲しいことがあったかも。
Maybe something sad happened to her family. Maybe. Is that so? It felt like I'd been saved. Now that I knew that Rimi hadn't abandoned me, I genuinely felt like I was about to burst into tears. If it's really true, if Rimi really isn't a delusion, then I actually have a reason to go to school, to see Rimi again. So, until I see her once again, I'll try my hardest to...
気をつけてね。
Be careful. Huh?
西条くんが咲畑さんと付き合ってるって思ってたから言わなかった。けど。
Nishiju-kun, Kazubi didn't tell you because Kazubi thought you were going out with Sakihara-san, but...
咲畑さんには気をつけて。
Nishiju-kun's gotta be careful around Sakihara-san. What do you mean?
咲畑さんはよくわかんないのら。
Nishiju-kun doesn't really know Sakihara-san. Again, what do you mean? What do you mean, I don't really know her? What? Do you mean because of the crucifixion? Or is it that even though I'm supposed to have been classmates with her since first year, all my memories of her are missing? It's true that Rimi still is a bit of a mystery to me, but she saved me over and over again. Whenever I'm scared, she tells me that she'll stay by my side. She's not my enemy. For some reason, Kazubi looked a bit unstable. When you think that much stuff all at once like that, Kazubi can't keep up. Sorry. This is just pretty new to me. Whenever I have a conversation with someone, I always end up not being able to say even 20% of what I'm thinking before it ends. But when it comes to this mental stuff, I guess I just can't help but talk too much because I think too much. I get that. I guess that kinda applies to you too. I never would have expected you to talk so much. Inside your head, that is. It kinda only barely feels like I'm talking. Kazubi just thinks, and then it all comes flowing in. Kazubi just thinks it's someone like beep beep, and then the someone then goes bang boom back at me. If you're not used to it, then your thoughts and other person's thoughts get all fumbled jumbled up, and it's like that's how Kazubi thinks about it. In Japanese, please. I can kind of understand what you're going for, though. I think you're trying to say that you don't have the real subtlety or nuance of actual conversation. There's nothing like, for example, looking at the other person's expression and then deciding that you're no longer able to bring yourself to say what you wanted to say because of it. If people's thoughts just leaked out wildly, then you'd no longer be able to read the room. The transmission isn't one way, but it isn't two-way either. It's like having to pick one arrow out of an avalanche of other arrows, all of which were flying in different directions, all while somehow ignoring the other ones you didn't need. You have to tune out the excess noise. Which is why I feel so comfy and like you're much closer to someone. But it's also a lot more easier to get hurt too. For a moment, Kazubi's expression clouded a bit, but not long after, a tearful smile arose on her face. It's Nishizu-kun's first time and all, but you're already super duper good at it. Your beep 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 beeps match up really nicely with Kazupi's. Beep beep beeps. Are you trying to say we're on the same wavelength? Yeah, wavelengths. Well, I guess it's probably because I do something similar with Sierratin pretty often. But back then, Nishizu-kun was super scary. Ubi. Back then? This morning, in the classroom. Oh, she thought oh god. That reminds me. I think I had really stupid delusion this morning. That's why Kazubi went, Fuya, and then Kazubi just ended up talking to you all of a sudden. Though, to be honest, Kazupi decided that Kazupi should let as little people as possible know about Kazupi's power. Wait, you don't understand? Back then, I was just really desperate, and, at the end of the day, it was just a delusion. Who am I kidding? You probably hate me.
きっとそれを本当にやってたらコズピーは西条くんを
Kazupi's sure that if Nishiju-kun really did do that, Kazupi
殺してたよ
would have killed him right then and there. Huh? She had said such a disturbing thing so innocently. The contrast between the two extremes sent a chill down my spine. Remaining silent while still communicating in our heads, the two of us passed through Center Guy and came out on Inokashira Dori. From an outsider's perspective, do the two of us look like a brand new couple, walking in silence without even looking at each other? Heh. Kazupi let out a crazy loud gasp next to me. Her eyes went wide and she looked up at me. A couple? Dude, that would suck. Having somebody constantly being able to hear or read every thought you had. All the random shit. No. It was just a random thought. A random thought. Phew. Kazupi was about to go all over Genzi's. I thought Nishiju-kun had made a lovey-dovey confession to Kazupi. Sorry. I knew it. It really does suck trying to think when someone's listening to every thought you have. Whenever I was talking to Kazupi, it'd probably be better for my overall health if I avoided any unnecessary delusions as much as possible. So, Kazupi wants to ask Nishiju-kun something.
先週の西条くんがテレビに出てた時のこと
It's about last week, when Nishiju-kun was on TV. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
それ決めつけ
That's just an assumption. Boo.
コズピーはあの時下にいたんだよ
Kazupi was down below back when it happened. Down below.
スクランブル交差点ハチ公口の改札前ちょうど通りかかって
At Scramble Crossing, in front of Chico's ticket gates. Kazupi was just happening to pass by.
あの時ずっと声聞こえてたよ
Back then, Kazupi could hear it the whole time.
西条くんの声
Kazupi could hear Nishiju-kun's voice.
ナナミさんを助けたい助けなきゃって
Stuff like, I want to save Nanami-chan, and I've got to save her.
聞こえたよ
Kazupi heard it all. Did my inner voice really reach that far? It's a surprisingly long way from the roof of O-Front to the ticket gate at the station.
それだけあの時の西条くんの思いは強かったのら
Yeah, and that alone says how strong Nishiju-kun's feelings were back then. Huh. I guess Kazupi really did understand. I didn't cause such an uproar because I was playing to show off my ESP.
だから価値はなくないよ
That's why Nishiju-kun doesn't not have worth. Huh? Doesn't not? But In the end, it was all pointless. I put my own life before Nanami's, and at the very last second, I escaped. Kazubi stopped before the entrance to Roft, and then, while pointing at the entrance, she looked at me. This must have been where she wanted to take me. I didn't think there would be a place to rest inside Roft. It was a small, cramped spot that was filled to the brim with customers. My legs were unconsciously shaking. The cheers and shouts I had heard that night at Scramble Crossing resounded in my head. I didn't want to go to places with lots of people. Once I go inside there will be nowhere to run.
大丈夫だよ。
It'll all be okay, Z's, Nishiju-kun. In spite of how afraid I was, Kazubi marched on ahead, ignoring me. I had no choice but to follow her as fast as my legs could take me, trying my best not to look at my surroundings. As we got on the escalator, Kazubi looked back at me standing behind her. She was standing one step higher than me, putting us at about equal height.
ナナミちゃんは助かったんだよね。だったら西条くんが頑張ったおかげだよ。
Nanami-san was saved, wasn't she? Well, that was all thanks to Nishiju-kun giving it everything Nishiju-kun had. My power isn't what saved her. I might as well have done nothing at all.
屋上から手を伸ばしてたよね。
Nishiju-kun was reaching out real far on the rooftop, right?
何をしようとしたの？
What were you reaching for?
ぴょーんって飛ぼうとしたのかな？
Were you trying to jump and fly away with Nyum? No, I was trying to get the sword. It was a delusional sword, and it blended right in with the scenery I saw from the rooftop.
理想度？
A D-sword? A D-sword? I was told that I could reach out and grab it, but I couldn't.
なんで
How do you... I shouted that aloud without thinking. A couple passing by on the escalator gave me an irritated look, and I frantically slapped my hand over my mouth. Kazubi, how do you know what a D-sword is?
コズピーも持っているもん。
Cause Kazubi has one too. What? As soon as we got off the escalator on the 5th floor, Kazubi casually raised her right hand above her head. It was like she was trying to shade herself from the radiant glare of the sun using her hand. As if it were running along her hand, light suddenly appeared in the air. No, it wasn't light. It was closer to lines. If I were to describe it, it'd be similar to a wireframe. Countless rays of light intersecting in the seemingly empty space, before eventually forming a shape akin to that of a snowboard. And then, several streaks of blue light, more fiercely brilliant than any of the wireframe lines, ran across the entirety of it. Kazubi then clasped her hand open hands. Oh well, that's interesting. Immediately following this, what had originally been a wire frame, appearing as though a texture had been applied to it, transformed into a massive, solid, seemingly cold to the touch metal plank. A D-sword. The shape was far too different from the one Satan and Yasi possessed, and yet, even so, the aura about its body was the exact same. It was too sinister to be called a board. It was too unaffected to be called a sword. It possessed a pure, unadulterated savagery, one which intermingled with its destructive nobility. She held it in the air with incredible ease. Where in that tiny body was she hiding that kind of strength? From the looks of it, that thing has to weigh at least 5 kilograms. Kazubi, having literally read the question in my head, turned to me and smiled bashfully.
コズピーは匠さんを守るためだけに作られたアンドロイドなのら。
What? An android? Kazubi is an android that was created all so we could protect C's Takami-san.
はい。
Sorry? Had she just said android? What kind of anime plotline was that? Ignoring my disbelief, Kazubi clenched her hand into an adorable fist.
匠さん、もう安心なの。
Takumi-san, you can be relieved now.
匠さんを狙う悪いやつはコズピーがドッカーンってするのら。
Because Kazubi is gonna bing bang bash all the baddies that are targeting Takumi-san.
ちなみにコズピーはメイド機能もあるの。
And here's a super de-duper fun fact. Kazubi also has maid function.
だからこれから匠さんと一緒に住んで身の回りのお世話もしたいのら。
That's why Kazubi wants to live together with Takumi-san. That way Kazubi can take good care of him. I see. That would be convenient. I was willing to accept that Kazubi was an android on top of everything else. That is, if she fulfilled one non-negotiable condition.
エッチなことをできる機能はありますか?
Well, would you happen to have a functionality that would allow you to perform sexual acts? For whatever reason, I said all of that very formally. Also, Jesus Christ, what did I just ask her? While I waffled on whether or not to apologize to her, Kazubi's cheeks turned bright red, and her eyes shot downward.
エッチなこともできるの。
Kazubi can do naughty things too.
夜のご奉仕頑張るの。
Kazubi will try her hardest to service you at nighty-night time. Holy fuck. A maid with combat abilities and the ability to perform nightly services? What kind of rogue is this? She came enhanced with perhaps too many optional features. Japanese technology is the best in the world. What'd you think about that? While I was having that idiotic delusion, Kazubi waltzed around the store like she owned the place, her footsteps light and bouncy. She didn't even attempt to try and hide her sword from the people around her, acting if it were the most normal thing in the world. It'd been the same with Sina. She had also been lugging around a gigantic sword in the middle of Shibuya with no regard to the people around her. Kazubi was way too calm. Both her and Sina really were crazy. And what I remembered was the smell. The smell of blood. I remembered the scene of the Decunes lying down in a pool of blood.
あんなひどいことする人たちは死んで当然だよ。プンプン。
People who do horrible things like that deserved. So they really were dead? Nope.
生きてる価値もないけど、あんなゴキゴキな人たちは
Even though those worthless cockroaches had no reason to live, they're still alive. Cockroaches?
ゴキブリ
Cockroaches.
はあ、殺したかったな。
Kazupi really did want to kill them. I could feel pretty clearly where Kazupi's mind was when she said that. There was not a trace of malice within her. She just wanted to take revenge on the bad people who had wronged her. And I didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with that.
最近渋谷はますます物騒だよ。
Lately, Shibuya's been getting a lot more dangerous.
昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーってしてやったのら。
Like yesterday, some cocky roaches tried to get me, so Kazupi crash bang beat them up. This girl honestly seems pretty twisted, albeit in a different way than me.
西条くん、こっちです。
Nishizu-kun, over here. Kazupi began to walk, her gigantic D-sword still in hand. She was pretty short, and her arms were really thin. She didn't look like she could even lift a feather. And yet, despite all these things, she didn't show any signs of her sword weighing her down. In fact, her steps were light and springy. I covered my eyes again and again each time the tip of the sword nearly collided with passing customers or products on display. Miraculously, though, it didn't end up hitting anything. We then arrived at a staircase. It was dimly lit, and unlike the rest of the floor, there was no sign of anyone around. No one even approached the area. I didn't expect to find such a desolate spot inside Roft, a ridiculously popular store, especially since it was only a 5-minute walk from Shibuya Station.
ロフトだけじゃないのだ。
It's not just Roft, actually.
デパートの階段って全然人がいないの。
The stairs at a lot of stores barely ever have any people near them. You only moved here a few weeks ago. I've been living here for almost 2 years. How exactly do you know about this? But I didn't.
コズピーは東京に来てから毎日渋谷を歩き回ってたのら。
Kazupi's been walking around Shibuya every day since Kazupi came to Tokyo.
それで見つけたの。憩いの場所だよ。
That's how Kazupi found it. It's a real relaxing rest place. Kazupi, seemingly in a good mood, sat down on the steps. She then casually laid her D-sword down on the floor. I had a pain in my side that was becoming unbearable, so I decided to take a break as well for the time being.
それで景色とか模様とか見ると別のものが見えたりしないかな。
So, Nishiju-kun, whenever you look at the scenery or some other kind of pattern, do you ever see other stuff?
ゾウさんとかウサギさんとかライオンさんとか。
Stuff like elephants, wabbits, little lions.
一番おーって思ったのはオオサンショウウオさんに見えてた時。
Kazupi thinks the thing that made her go the most whoa was when she saw a big salamander. What in the world are you talking about?
理想度の話ですよ。うっぷー。
Kazupi's talking about these swords. Uppu.
何かの模様とか景色とか見ると動物さんとかいろんな形に見えることがあって。
Like, when you look at a pattern or some scenery, it can look like there's a bunch of different shapes. Like maybe little animals and stuff. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I've experienced that before. When I was looking from the perspective of the O-front rooftop, I saw something. I saw a D sword blending into the scenery.
はい、ピンポンです。
Yup, ding dong.
コズピーが最初に見えた時は、ハムポンポンが死んじゃった時。
The first time Kazupi saw Kazupi's sword was back when Ham Pom Pom died. Ham Pom Pom?
小学生の時、飼ってたハムスター。
A small hamster Kazupi took care of back in middle school.
ほいで、ハムポンポンのお墓を作ってあげようって土手に行ったのら。
All right, show. How it went is Kazupi went down to the river to make a grave for Ham Pom Pom.
でも、スコップ忘れてお墓作れなくて、うみゃーって泣いていたら。
But when Kazupi got there, she realized Kazupi forgot her shovel, so she couldn't make a grave for Ham Pom Pom. So Kazupi started crying wah really hard.
お空にこの剣の形が見えた。
And then Kazupi saw the shape of the sword in the sky.
それからはいろんなところでよく見るようになったのら。
After that, Kazupi started seeing it in all kinds of places. How did you actually get your hands on it? In the end, I found my sword, but I couldn't take it. No matter how hard I tried to reach for it, I couldn't grab a hold of it.
ただ、願ったんだよ。
Well, Kazupi just wished for it. You wished for it? Like, what? That you could have it? But if that's what you did, then I did the same thing. Stopping my thoughts in my tracks. Stopping my thoughts in its tracks. Kazupi looked up at me and shook her head faintly.
違うのら。
Nope.
願ったのはね、
What Kazupi wished for.
殺してやりたいっていうこと。
Kazupi wants to kill. Huh? Her and her voice echoed clearly in my head. I hadn't misheard her. She'd said it very clearly. Kazupi wished to kill, and she'd been beaming as she said it. The stairs leading up from the 5th floor to the 6th floor were very quiet, with only the faintest background music leaking in from the restaurant. Neither of us said a word. The sound of someone breathing entered my ears. Was it hers? No, it was my own. A staircase where no one would ever approach. A blind spot in the heart of Shibuya. A pocket of air. I swallowed back my saliva in an attempt to wet my increasingly dry throat.
そう願いながら、ミューって空見たら、また剣が見えて。
When Kazupi wished that, Kazupi looked up at the sky and the sword was there again.
でも、その時まで剣とは思ってなかったよ。なんだかガキーンってしたものって思ってた。
But, until right then, Kazupi didn't think it was a sword. Kazupi just thought of it like something that went shing.
あれでブーンってやったら殺せるかなって無意識に手を伸ばしたら。
And then boom, Kazupi thought, can Kazupi kill with that? And then she reached out for it without even doing any thinking.
本当につかめたのら。
And then Kazupi grabbed it. And then what happened? What'd you do after that?
殺そうとしたけど、できなかった。
Kazupi tried to kill with it, but Kazupi couldn't.
コズピーの力じゃ半殺しにするのが精一杯だったのです。
It took Kazupi trying with everything she had just to half kill them. This girl, it's like she's broken.
壊れてないよ。プンプン。ここに剣あるもん。
Kazupi's not broken. Does Kazupi look broken? Kazupi's rock solid and she's got her sword right here. The way she gazed lovingly at the sword resting beside her, I could tell that she had absolute faith in it. Something her heart told me as well. Would I have to become this broken in order to get my hands on a D sword? Was I still not broken to begin with? Hmm.
この剣が怖くて仕方なかった。
This sword was so scary. That was what Orihara Kazuo had thought before she came to Tokyo. But now, it was different. Now, it had become something very important. Something entirely irreplaceable to her. This sword, if I have it, then I won't be afraid. This sword will protect me. This sword is my heart, another me. It had been about 3 weeks ago when she had first begun to think so. Ever since she was a child, Kazuo had the ability to hear inner voices present in other people's heads. As to when she had first become aware of it, she could no longer remember. I must be crazy. I must be really sick. These thoughts pervaded her mind as she sought to understand. Even though she was very young at the time, Kazuo knew that her power was something no one could know about. Thus, she concealed it from her parents. Her powers rendered her unable to make friends, forged a rift between her and her family, made people around her think she was merely a girl with ridiculous intuition, one that gave them the creeps. Even when she came to Shibuya, she had still been afraid to go to school. She did not want to meet anyone new, nor talk to anyone. She thought that they would just be creeped out by her no matter what she did. She did not go to school on the first day that she was supposed to, nor the next day, or even the day after, instead choosing to wander around Shibuya during the morning. There was no doubt that Kazuo's parents had been notified by the school, as the staff must have notified that Kazuo had been absent without prior notice, and yet her parents had said nothing to her. It would be understandable for people to mistake her for a middle school student, but unlike the countryside where she had used to reside, there was no one around to rebuke her as such when she walked the streets on weekday mornings. It had been several days since she had first begun wandering around Shibuya. In that time, she had found a place to relax. The stairs within the local loft. It would become routine for her to sit there and stare off into space. This routine remained true on that day as well, and after spending nearly 4 hours there, evening broke, and she left Roth to return home. Raindrops fell from the dark gray sky. Kazuo did not have an umbrella, and yet, without looking up at the sky, nor once fretting about getting wet, she timidly stepped out into the rain. At that very moment, something entered her field of view. The world is ending. A sign with that message written upon it, sodden by the rain, the handwriting had blurred. The person holding the sign was a lone, lifeless, homeless man, sitting on the side of the road under the pouring rain. His head hung downward so that no one could see his face. Perhaps he was dead. That person, seeing him as though it were a mirror image of herself sitting in the stairs, Kazuo ceased her stride. For just a moment, she hesitated. He was a stranger, a homeless man she had never seen before coming to Tokyo. Just the mere sight of him brought a feeling of revulsion. Just the mere sight of him brought a feeling of revulsion. If I talk to him, what if something terrible happens to me? Such anxieties pervaded Kazui's mind. But what was far stronger than that anxiety was Kazui's strong urge to kill the man. It was an all too sudden impulse, one that struck Kazui with the feeling that if she went through with it, she would be killing herself as well. And so, after hesitating for one moment longer, Kazui sent the man the voice of their heart.
世界は終わるの?
The world is ending. The man's shoulders twitched. He was not dead. Slowly, he raised his head. His cloudy eyes, peeking out from between sodden bags, looked up at Kazu, whatever.
終わるよ。
Yes, it is. Kazui's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Not at the fact that he had just confirmed the world was ending, but the fact the man had replied at all. She had not been expecting a reply. The person to whom she had sent her inner voice to would rarely respond well. Instead, they would face immense confusion, write off as an auditory illusion of some sort, or shudder in terror before walking away with a hurried pace. Even if she did succeed in communicating with them, it was difficult for the other party to send back a reply in an orderly manner. People's thoughts were far too chaotic and disorderly. And yet, the man's expression did not change. He had simply answered Kazu's question with an incredibly short response. The heart Kazu felt through the man's voice was laden with deep sadness. To her, it almost felt as if his heart was shedding tears.
君は剣を持っているね。
You possess a sword, don't you?
どうしてわかるの?
How do you know that?
君のような子を他にも知っているから。
Because I have known other children like you. Kazui raised her hands above her head and withdrew her sword where she stood. She thrust the end of the blade toward the man.
この剣が見えるの?
Can you see this sword?
見えないよ。
I cannot.
じゃあ、どうしてわかるの?
Okay, then how'd you know?
おじさんが悪い人だからだよ。
Because I am a bad man.
すまない。
My apologies.
どうして謝るの?
Why are you apologizing?
おじさんのせいなんだ。
It's all my fault.
どうしておじさんのせいなの?
Why is it all your fault?
忠告しかできないから。
Because all I can do now is warn people.
動き出してしまったから。
Because it has already begun.
もうおじさんには止める術がないから。
And there's nothing I can do to stop it.
じゃあ、おじさんを殺せば、コズピーは悪くなくなるの?
Okay. So if Kazupi kills you, Kazupi will become not so bad?
その剣は君を殺す者にも守る者にもなる。
That sword can be used in a manner that will either kill you or protect you.
思い出してごらん。
Do you remember?
空を見れば雲が。
Gaze upon the sky as clouds float by.
川を見れば流れが。
Gaze upon the river as it ebbs and flows.
そこにあったはず。
It should be there.
それと同じこと。
It is just the same as this.
その剣はいつも君のそばにあった。
The sword that has always been by your
自
side.
分自身の心を見てごらん。
Gaze into your heart.
そこにあるのがその剣なんだよ。
And that is where that sword shall be.
でも、殺したいって願ったら、 これが手元にあったんだよ。
But when Kazupi decided she wanted to kill you, it was right there in Kazupi's hand.
この剣はコズピーとコズピーの周囲にあるあらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの？
Isn't this sword supposed to kill Kazupi and everything around Kazupi?
負の感情は否定されるものじゃない。
Negative emotions are not something to be repudiated.
人が誰しも持つものだからね。
They are something we all possess.
特別じゃないんだ。
They are not particular to you, nor do they make you different.
どう向き合うかだよ。
It is what you choose to do with them that counts.
目をそらしてはいけない。
You mustn't avert your eyes.
自分を否定してはいけない。
You mustn't deny who you are.
世界は共造。
The world is a mirror image.
君の心の中にある性は
What is positive in your mind
同時に負となりうるし
can simultaneously be negative.
その逆もまた可能。
And the reverse is also true.
世界が終わるのか生き続けるのかそれを選べるのは
The only people who can choose whether the world shall end or whether it shall continue on
君たちだけなんだ。
is all of you. In the end, Kazuya had not killed the man. The urge had, for some reason or another, ceased to be as the man spoke to her. She did not expressly understand the meaning of the man's words, but even still, she thought long and hard before eventually arriving at a single conclusion. This sword is me. If I look at it and don't deny it, it'll save me. And for that reason, Kazuya fully cast her faith in her sword. I tilted my head, having just listened to Kazupi's story. Who the hell was the man she'd kept talking about? The homeless guy carrying around a sign. Come to think of it, I felt like I'd seen him around a few times too. Was it the same guy? What I didn't get though was why some random bum knew so much about D-swords. Or was I the odd one out? Maybe D-swords were actually huge in Japanese pop culture, and I'd just been living under a rock or something. Fat chance. I glanced over at Kazupi. Her face was so calm and peaceful. It was hard to believe that she even blurted out psycho things like wanting to kill people. She gently glided her fingers over the surface of her D-sword.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。
By the waysies, the homeless man told Kazupi a thing before he left.
君たちは特別な存在だ。
You are all special beings.
中でも一番特別なのは、
And the most special among you
その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
is the boy who birthed. Whose eyes are those eyes?
らしいんだって。
Or something along those lines. I didn't know what to say. What the hell?
西条くん、心当たりあるの？
Nishizu-kun, do you know what it means?
いや、別に。
Huh? Oh, not really.
嘘ら。心は正直なんだよ。西条くんは今、ものすごく関係ありますって考えてる。
Liesies. Nishizu-kun's heart tells the truth even if Nishizu-kun himself doesn't. Right now, Nishizu-kun's thinking is super important. Oh, damn it. This is exactly what I was talking about. Sucks trying to think when she's listening to every thought I have.
なんか、怖い顔になってる。
Your face has gotten kinda scowy.
その目、誰の目って西条くんが最初に考えたの？
Was whose eyes are those eyes? First thought up by you, Nishiju-kun? I bit my lip and then stood up. My nosebleed had stopped, so I pulled the tissue crammed into my nose. Kazubi tilted her head as she looked up at me.
どこへ？
Where are you? I'm going home. Well, even though my sides were still killing me, I ignored the escalators and elevators and took the stairs down to the first floor instead. It was much easier to dodge the crowds and make my way outside that way. Teary-eyed, Kazubi timidly followed behind me. Umsies.
コズピー、何か怒らせるようなこと言ったかな？
Did Kazubi say something to make you mad? I disregarded Kazubi's question. I was too focused on trying to sort out the thoughts in my head. That homeless guy she'd met. Could he have been one of Shogun's comrades? And what the hell was up with him mentioning whose eyes are those eyes? Who had he been talking about when he'd said the boy who birthed whose eyes are those eyes? Me? That couldn't be right. I wasn't even close to special. Being a hero just wasn't in my blood. I mean, I couldn't even get my hands on a damn D-sword. I was just an average Joe, villager A. I wouldn't have it any other way. Being special? No thanks, man. I'd rather not have another O-front breakdown in my lifetime. So that begged the question, who was that boy? I considered the real culprit behind the Nugent cases Shogun. No way Shogun was anything other than the old man, but his voice and body made him seem like a kid more than anything. Pretty much everything about him screamed how normal he was, how he was someone special. 2 of the current 6 Nugent cases had whose eyes are those eyes appear at the scene of the crime in some capacity. I use that phrase quite a bit, but only ever in my head. It barely even meant anything, so what the hell was doing in all those places? Was there an actual reason hidden in there somewhere? One that would reveal why Shogun was so persistent in coming after me? Maybe the homeless guy had some clues I could work with. I imagined he was still somewhere in the city, carrying around his cryptic sign. I should look for him. So I looked for him. Then what? I paused for a moment, then shook my head in denial of what I've been thinking. What good would it do to look for him? It was a whole lot more likely just to put me in harm's way. For all I knew, that guy was one of Shogun's minions, only there to lure me into some horrifying trap. So if I just cruised my way over to the guy, there was a strong chance it would just trigger another quest. I didn't know if I could handle that. I was already sick to death of all the pain and terror I'd been going through lately. And my suspicions didn't end at the homeless guy. I was even suspicious of Kazubi. She didn't really have any reason to, and yet she was speaking with me with her inner voice. Why was that? Had she been under orders by Shogun to approach me, just like Yua? With her really unsettling stance on both attempted and actual murder, it was very possible she was an accomplice in Nugent. After all the mayhem at O-Front, Rimi had just up and vanished, and I hadn't heard a word from her since. Then Iyase had been hospitalized after her attempted suicide. Nanami was fine, but The two people on my side still completely disappeared on me. Was there any guarantee Remy would ever come back? For starters, was she really just taking time off from school? Granted, I only knew that because Kazupi had told me. I had no way of knowing if she was lying or not. All my hair stood up on end, howling at me like something was off. In the end, me and my world were all too empty, hollow. There was nothing left to believe in, nothing that didn't seem like a lie.
それは被害妄想なのら。
You're just being paranoids. Kazubi was standing right behind me. Her inner voice was carefree as always. Her brutal-looking D-sword sat comfortably in both of her hands as she carried it around. Then, she cast an upward glance at me. I averted my eyes. Are you my ally or my enemy? Which is it? Did you come here to kill me?
コズピはただ。
Kazubi just what? Kazubi suddenly yelped in excitement. Startled, my head jolted upward, only to realize it wasn't me she was looking at, nor the person she was waving to. Sana-san, found you. Sana? San? Wait a second. Tracing the end of Kazubi's gaze. Sure enough.
小杖か。
Is Aoi Sana with D-sword to her shoulder. As she walked towards us, her expression made it clear that her mood was just as sour as ever. I reflexively tensed up. What's Sana doing here? Is it just another coincidence, or is it a calculated trap? Do these two know each other? If they did Kazubi call her here? Are the two of them here to kill me?
だからそれは被害妄想だよ。
Kazupi's telling you you're just being paranoids. Yeah, but what's safe to believe in? Although it is true that no matter how many times I've run into Sana, she's never tried to attack me. But that doesn't mean she's my ally. Besides, she's scary as hell.
セナさんは怖くないよ。
Sana-san's not scary. Why would you think that? Hey. Kazubi, I could really go without the commentary.
怖い？何のことだ？
Scary? What's that supposed to mean? As I'd figured, Sana could hear Kazubi's inner voice too.
なんでもないです。
Nothing at all. Kazubi simply bathed in delight as I bumbled about. Facing the ground, she gently grasped the hem of Sana's clothes and smiled bashfully. The two were such an amusing combination. I felt stupid for getting so nervous. They're just like sisters. One, the strong and firm older sister. The other, the younger, more timid sister who loves her siblings more than anything. And on top of that, both of them have small breasts. So mega freaking GJ. Their nature. Oh, good job. Wait, shit. Chill out. What if Kazubi reads my mind again? If I'm not careful, I could easily die here. How are those two related anyway? Are they classmates? Maybe not, since they're in different grades and all. Is there something connecting the sorts of people who have swords? Are the two of them Shogun's underlings? I put myself in the cat stance in case I had to escape at a moment's notice. What that specifically entailed was standing with my heels raised off the ground. That would allow me to speed away like a cat if the need arose. Maybe. I don't know. I'd seen it in some manga, but forever ago.
セナさんはね、コズピーが東京に来てから最初の友達なのら。ね、ね。
When Kazupi came here to Tokyo, Sena-chan was her first frenzy, right? Rightsies? Rather than answering, Sena merely glared at me. I'd figured she was about to lunge at me with that sword of hers, but that never happened. Calling her scary didn't seem to have pissed her off to that extent, at least.
小杖、どうしてこいつと？
Kazu, why are you with this guy?
クラスメートです。
Takumi-chan's Kazupi's classmate. Takumi-chan?
たくみさんはコズピーの剣が見えるんだよ。
Why? And Takumi-chan can see Kazupi's sword too.
それは知っている。こいつもギガロマニアックス。
I'm aware. This guy is a gigalomaniac. A gigalo what now?
ギガロマニアックス。
A gigalomaniac.
理想度が見える人のこと。
That's someone who can see D swords.
たくみちゃんもそうだよ。
You're one of those, Takumi-chan. A gigalomaniac? Who in the world decided to name it that? Given it has a name at all, then maybe these powers aren't all that uncommon.
セナさんはガルガリ君買いに行くとこなんですね。
Oh, Kazupi knows. You're on your way to go and buy a Crunchy-kun, aren't you, Sena-chan?
それは。
Well, from the sounds of it, Kazupi had read Sena's mind. Speaking of, I'd seen Sena eating Crunchy-kuns in the past. With winter right around the corner, I wasn't sure why she'd be eating popsicles of all things. Guess she really liked them.
ほいじゃあみんなで一緒に行きましょう。
Alrighty, let's go, everyone. Announcing that with her inner voice, Kazupi clung to Sena and pulled her along.
たくみさんも早く。
Hurry up, Takumi-san.
いや、僕は。
Oh, sorry, but I tried to turn her down so I could get out of there already, but Kazupi started tearing up almost immediately. Her teary eyes looked up at me as she silently pleaded with me. On top of that, Sena was glaring at me like she was ready to rip my throat out with her teeth at any moment.
ついてこい。
Come along.
お前にもおごってやる。
I'll treat you too. It looked like Kazupi had scored a critical hit on Sena with her teary assault, urging me to follow. I reluctantly trailed behind her, heading toward the convenience store right behind the police station. After buying each of us a Crunchy-kun, we sat near the handrails in front of the police station, nibbling away at them. While Kazupi looked delighted as could be, Sena's air of indifference remained the same. I was stressing out. The police were right there in the station in front of us. And yet, despite that, they paid no mind to the fact that two people with me were in utter violation of the swords and firearms control law. The police were supposed to be police people. The girls were right in the line of sight, but they didn't even try to arrest them. In fact, they didn't even care enough to slap us with a warning.
食べないの？
Not gonna eat? Now that Kazupi had pointed it out, I just went screw it and started eating my Crunchy-kun. Though it was bothering me how people were staring. Though I suppose it was only fair. Sana and Kazupi were cute as hell. And the idea that two small-chested sisters like them were hanging out with an otaku freak like me, just sitting and eating crunchy coons together out in the cold, well, it was all pretty absurd. Maybe I was overthinking it. I couldn't block out the snickering in my ears. Was I just hearing things, or was it another auditory illusion? Or was Kazupi laughing? I didn't want to stand out. I didn't want to be looked at. I was afraid of people gazing at me. I probably should have worn a hat. Seriously? I really wanted to get out of here this second. I continued hurriedly eating my crunchy kun so I could leave already, and every bite left my body feeling even colder. This was gonna give me a diarrhea real bad later. How are those two not freezing?
で、小杖。なぜこいつと一緒なんだ?
So, Kazu, why are you with this guy?
こいつじゃなくて、たくみさんですよ。
Takumi-san's name is Takumi-san, not this
たく
guy.
みさんが悪い人にいじめられてて倒れてたのら。だからコズピーが解放してあげたの。
Whole bunches of baddies were picking on Takumi-san, and he got pushed downsies, so Kazupi nursed him right back to tip-top shape. So, she'd been the one who had looked after me.
ディソードを使ったのか?
Did you use your D sword?
殺したかった。どっかバキって。
Kazupi wanted to kill them all like bam, whack, boom. Kazupi was trying to gesture wildly in an attempt to explain how things had gone down. But since her left hand was busy holding her colossal D sword, she was just waving the other around all spastically. Which of course was the same hand that held her Crunchy-kun. She'd only taken a single bite of her Crunchy-kun before launching it into the air with a perfect arc. The popsicle soared through the sky before eventually landing smack dab in the middle of the road where it splattered in pieces. Kazupi was on the verge of tears as she stared at what remained of her popsicle.
うかつな真似は避けろと言っただろ。
I've told you before not to be so careless.
ごめんなさい。もったいないお化けが出ちゃう。
Oh, Kazupi's so sorry. Now the wasted food boogeyman is gonna come out.
アイスのことじゃない。ディソードのことだ。
I meant your D sword, not your popsicle. Santa held out her half-eaten Crunchy-kun to Kazupi, seemingly giving it up what she had left. Still a bit teary-eyed, Kazupi smiled as she accepted the popsicle with a bow of her head. Color me surprised. I guess even Santa had her moments.
でも悪い人には罰ゲームをするのが当たり前だよ。
But, of course, Kazupi's got a punishment set up for all the baddies. Speaking of those assholes, who exactly had turned them to mincemeat? Kazupi or me?
たくみさん。
Takumi-san.
セナさんはね、すごーく何でも知ってるんだよ。
Santa-san super really knows lots and lots.
ディソードっていう名前もセナさんに教えてもらったのら。
Santa-san taught Kazupi that these thingies are called D swords.
あとリアルブータ。あれれ、ブッダ。
Then about how to real flute? Brute? Buddha?
リアルブート。
Real boot.
そうそう。
Ah, yeah. The hell did that mean? I'd never heard of that before. That was just as cryptic as the gigolo whatever thing from earlier.
リアルブートしてない件は誰にも見えなかったはずなのにね。セナさんにだけ見えてたの。
Nobody else should have seen my sword because it wasn't real booted. but Sana-san totally saw it.
理想度が見える人に会ったのセナさんが初めてだったんだ。
Sana-san was the first person I'd ever met who could see my D-sword.
その時はもひゃーって思ってなんで見えるんですかって聞いちゃった。
When that happened, Kazupi was all, no way. So Kazupi had to ask why she could see it.
ギガロマニアックスだからなんだって。
That's when Sana-san told Kazupi it was because of being a gigalomaniac.
ギガロマニアックスって何なの？
What even is a gigalomaniac?
さっき言ったのら。
Kazupi already told you.
剣が見える人だよ。
It's someone who can see swords. A bit more detail here. Like, how does that work?
ディラックの海に干渉できる力を持つもの。
One with the ability to interfere with the Dirac Sea.
それがギガロマニアックスだ。
That is what a gigalomaniac is. Rather than Kazupi, it was Sana who had answered what was on my mind.
ディラックの海。
The Dirac Sea? Sana shot me a scornful glance as I tilted my head in puzzlement. The hell was that look for? Sure, I may look like an idiot, but I'm pretty damn smart when it comes down to it, you know? I was pretty sure the Dirac Sea was a concept relating to quantum mechanics.
負のエネルギーでいっぱいに満たされた観測不能の境界面とかだっけ？
It's an unobservable interference, totally filled with negative energy or something, right?
大雑把に言えばそんなようなものだ。
A very rough idea of it, but yes.
そしてそこに干渉するための端末がディソード。ディラックの海に突っ込んだパイプの先端と考えればいい。
And the terminal for interfering with this interference is a D-sword. Think of it as a pipe whose end is stuck into the Dirac Sea.
ディラックの海とつながっているからディソードも負の物質で構成されている。無限に崩壊している存在なんだ。
Considering how D-swords link directly to the Dirac Sea, they too are composed of negative matter. They are entities which infinitely collapse in upon themselves.
だから普段は普通の人間には触れることも見ることもできない妄想のようなものでしかない。
This is why they are something of a delusion, one that ordinary people are unable to perceive.
このディソードこそあらゆるリアルブートのためのショートカット的役割を果たす。
For these reasons, D-swords act as the shortcut to real booting.
ディソードとディラックの海とのチャネルを大きくすることで
By expanding the channel between one's D-sword and the Dirac Sea,
ディラック方程式の空港理論によって対生成が起き粒子と反粒子を作り出せる。
pair production occurs as per the Hole theory in the Dirac equation, producing particles and antiparticles.
この粒子がギガロマニアックスが生み出す妄想、世界にとってのエラー。
While these particles are the delusions created by gigalomaniacs, to the world, they are nothing but errors.
そのエラーを現実とするには作り出した粒子を他人のデッドスポットに送り込めばいい。
For an error to become reality, one must produce and send these particles into another's dead spots.
粒子は即座に電気信号に変換され周囲の人間に共通の認識現実として成立する。
The particles are then promptly converted into electrical signals, and through mutual recognition by surrounding observers, they become established as reality.
逆に消したいときは粒子を送り込んだデッドスポットに今度は反粒子を送り込み追消滅してやればいい。
Conversely, if one wishes to erase them, antiparticles are able to be sent into the dead spots where particles were previously received, thus annihilating them both. Right. I remembered Sana mentioning that before.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。
The mechanisms behind the world's function can be explained by three numbers, 0, 1, and -1.
ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。
A D-sword is a shortcut to produce the last of those, -1. This was all giving me a headache.
周囲の人間に共通の認識となると妄想が現実になるってどういうこと？
So surrounding observers mutually recognize delusions as reality. But what does that actually mean?
例えば、お前が今手にしているガルガリ君。お前にはどう見える？
Consider the crunchy kun in your hand. What does it look like to you?
どうって。水色をしたアイス。
Like a blue popsicle, I guess?
その水色のアイスは本当に現実だと証明できるか？
Can you prove that this blue popsicle is truly real? I mean, what else would it be? It was a crunchy kun, and anyone with eyes could see that, and anyone with a mouth could feel how cold it was with every bite. I would think that it'd be a pretty obvious answer.
人は目で見たものを脳が認識して初めてそれが水色のアイスと理解できる。
Only once the brain comprehends what the eyes see does it acknowledge it as a blue popsicle.
でも脳が本人の意識しないままに嘘をついている可能性だってあるんだぞ。
However, there is always a possibility of the brain subconsciously deceiving itself.
脳が生み出した自分一人だけがそう思い込んでいる妄想かもしれないんだ。
Perhaps the brain produced a delusion and proceeded to convince itself of that.
じゃあどうやって現実だって証明するの？
Then how can you even prove what's real?
他の人もお前の持っているものが水色のアイスであると観測すれば、それは2人以上の人間の共通の認識となる。
If anyone outside of yourself observes that what you're holding is a blue popsicle, then mutual recognition will be attained between you all.
お前一人だけの妄想じゃなくなるんだ。
It no longer remains as your solitary delusion.
妄想を現実にするときには、それを逆説的に捉えればいい。
To grasp the concept of turning delusions into reality, it needs to be approached paradoxically. To break it down then, a person's solitary delusion could become reality by forcibly showing it to someone, and this could be done by using particles created by a D-sword to attain mutual recognition, or something along those lines. Then, did I have that power too? Kazupi doesn't get it at all.
とにかくこの剣は普通の人には見えないの。
Anyway, Kazupi's sword is invisible to normal people's. Kazupi returned, seeing this Crunchy-kun, then trotted back toward the road. Then, in front of all the people walking along the road, for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly began whirling around her D-sword wildly. Don't. I shielded my eyes. So those were her true colors. And then, she was nothing more than a homicidal maniac. Any second now, the road would become a sea of blood. Anyone crossing paths within the colossal blade would have their body torn to pieces. With a police station right in front of us, they'd catch her in the act. It would be an open and shut case.
そんなことにはなってないよ。
Takumi-san, it's not like that, don't you see? Why was it so quiet? A whole crowd had just gotten mowed down with her sword in broad daylight, right here in the heart of Shibuya. And yet, there hadn't even been a single scream. The cops hadn't even intervened. I slowly uncovered my eyes. Nothing had happened. Nothing at all. Kazupi, looking a tad embarrassed, was still brandishing her colossal sword. You would think that the sword would have struck anyone nearby, or maybe some railing, or even the ground, but no, not a thing was damaged. If anything, the sword was passing right through everything, as if everything else was an illusion. Wait a second. Actually, I had that backward. It was the sword that lacked substance. The people walking around us weren't bothered in the slightest. They couldn't see the sword.
ピンポンピン
Ding ding ding.
理想度は妄想の剣なのだ。
These swords are delusionary swords. Yeah, I see it said something along those lines. That the swords could only be seen by those who possessed the power. Standing next to me, Sana had let out an exhausted sigh before taking another bite of her crunchikun.
あのディソードは今は梢の作ったエラーでしかない。
Right now, Kazui's D sword is simply an error she created.
周囲共通認識はまだ成立していない。
It has yet to attain mutual recognition.
リアルブートしたらみんなに見えるようになるのです。
If Kazubi real booted it, then it would be visible to everyone. Real booting? That would mean sending particles into the dead spots of surrounding observers. Yeah? Not that I knew what the hell the dead spot even was.
ズシャーってしたり、ドガーってできるようにもなるよ。
It lets Kazupi slishy slash and smashy crash. Can you please explain with anything other than sound effects? Still, I think I got the picture. Slishy slash was probably for cutting, and smashy crash was for hitting. What was this girl going around cutting and hitting? Did Kazubi seriously do horrifying stuff like that? And what about me? Did I have the power to do that too? Nah, I wasn't special. I wasn't a gigalomaniac. And in the end, I hadn't even been able to attain a D sword.
剣は見えたよね。
But Takumi-san saw Takumi-san's sword, right?
だからそのうち匠さんもモテるの。
You'll get it real soon, Takumi-san. Kazupi knows it. I'm telling you, it's no good. Even back at O-Front, it just didn't work. Sure, I did see the sword there, but I had zero clue how to actually grab it.
どうやって手に入れるかっていうと。
Well, I'm sure if Takumi-san asks how to get it. Kazupi peered at Sana as if to urge her to do something. Sana let out another sigh.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌された時、ディソードは現れる。
As biorhythms climb, the neurons in the midbrain limbic system excessively secrete dopamine, and one's D sword appears.
それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。
Depending on the person, this could come from feeling threatened, excited, sad, hateful, or happy.
ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
The higher the amount of dopamine secreted, the easier it becomes to observe.
匠さん、そういうことなのだ。
There you go, Z's, Takumi-san. It was just absurd how wide Sana's knowledge was. She might very well be an outright genius. I mean, with explanations this detailed, you'd think she'd majored in gigalomaniacology, if that was even a thing. For starters, I couldn't imagine there being any other girl in all of Japan who could spout theories and jargon off the top of their head and to this degree. Where on God's green earth had she studied literally any of that? What was with all the mysterious characters accumulating around me? I was dying for an answer. Thinking about it all just wore me out. It sucked ass only half understanding what was going on. But I didn't have the strength to look into it myself, because none of these people were normal in the slightest. Grappling with those feelings of bitterness, I took one last bite of my thawing crunchikun.
当たりだ。
Oh, I won. It said win on what was visible of the stick. Kazubi came back and peered into my hand.
匠さん、すっごいね。
Wowsies, Takumi-san.
大した運だな。
Lucky bastard.
先 羨ましがってるのら。
Oh, Santa-san, you're just jealous because you wanted to win these two.
そんなことは思っていない。
Who says I care? I doubted Kazubi could be so easily fooled here, given her ability to read everything on someone's mind.
セナさんはいつも当たりが出ないかなとワクワクしながらガルガリ君を食べてるのら。
Santa-san, you always eat crunchy cones all super duper excited to see if you're a winner.
当たりを引いたのはどれくらい？
And how many times have you won?
1割3分7厘。
I have a win rate of 13.7%. She really had this stuff down to a science. Did she calculate all that every time she ate one? Finishing her crunchy kun as well, she gave the leftover stick a quick glare, only to let out a quiet snort. She must have lost, or at least her face may have looked that way.
よかったらどうぞ。
Hey, if you want mine, here. I timidly held out my winning stick.
他人に施しを受けるつもりはない。
I have no intention of accepting handouts.
私は自分の可能性を試しているだけだ。
I'm merely experimenting with my own possibilities. We'll go positive. Screw it. I'll just stick with positive.
でも本心では欲しいって言ってるね。
But Santa-san's heart really says she really wants it, you know?
あげますよ。
You can have it.
僕アイスはあんまり食べないし。
I don't eat a whole lot of popsicles. Santa pursed her lips, and then she nervously accepted the popsicle.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I was lost for words, astonished. I would have never imagined that I'd ever get to hear Santa thank me. Likely unaware of my surprise, Santa glanced at me.
お前、優しいな。
You're a nice guy. Muttered those few words quietly, then immediately looked away. Was it just me, or had she been blushing a little bit just now? Well, she'd given me an honest thank you, which was enough to make me reevaluate her a little bit. I'd originally just thought that she was scary and nothing else, but she actually had a cute side to her.
セナさんは今ので。
Santa-san's face just now? Kazubi spun around in place, peered happily at Santa's face, and then at mine.
たくみさんのこと好きになっちゃったのら。
It looked like Santa-san was all lovey-dovey for Takumi-san.
小杖、何をバカな。
Kazui, what the hell are you?
顔がプップーってなってるの。
Your face went all blushy, crushy.
うるさい、うるさい。
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh, did she have any idea what she just said? The mother of all thunders? Blue-eyed June's signature catchphrase? I started to grin out of sheer glee, and Santa's finger shot in front of my face.
お前もニヤニヤしてるんじゃない。
Don't you start grinning too. I'd never seen Santa act so adorably agitated before. I was starting to feel a bit mischievous, so I decided to test her.
ガルガリ君は好きですか？
Do you like Crunchy-kuns?
悪い。
There's something wrong with that?
どの辺だ？
Well, which part of them do you like?
美味しいだろ。
They taste good.
それだけ。
Is that all?
あと、可愛い。
And he's cute? While she was still sullen, Santa then said something that was incomprehensible to me. Cute, cute. Has she just gendered a popsicle? And also, how could popsicles be cute? Or even uncute?
アイスがじゃないから。
I'm not talking about the popsicles themselves.
ガルガリ君が可愛いんだ。
I mean, Crunchy-kun himself. He's cute. Oh, she was talking about the mascot. Cute?
あのイガグリ頭。最高だ。
His chestnut-shaped head. It's the best.
抱きしめて。頬ずりしたくなる。
It makes me want to hug him and nuzzle his cheeks. The expression on Santa's face as she spoke reminded me of a maiden in love. Well, different strokes for different folks, I guess.
それよりお前。
More importantly, you are
たくみさんですよ。
Takumi-san.
たくみさんなの。
Takumi-san, huh?
違う。
Well, no.
シャンはつけなくても。
You don't need the Jean part.
名前は？
What's your full name? I had a feeling I'd already told her my name before. She'd probably just forgotten it.
西條匠です。
Nishiju Takumi.
だったら西條。
Nishiju then.
もうこれ以上エラーを作るのはやめておけ。
Don't create any more errors than you already have.
は？
What?
なんで？
But why not?
剣は自分の心なのら否定しちゃダメ。
The sword is your heart, and it's not smart to deny your heart.
コズピーはこの剣のおかげで助かったよ。
Kazupi was saved thanks to this sword. Remember? Saved? What had happened in Kazupi's past? This question tied in with her wish, too, the one where she said she had wanted to kill.
妄想を現実にする行為にはリスクがつきまとう。
The act of turning a delusion into reality has its risks.
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。
Pair produced in tandem with particles or antiparticles, which stock up in the D sword.
反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。
Given mathematically speaking, the antiparticles are that which approach the past.
ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、
The larger the amount stocked up, the larger a Gigalomaniac's gap from their present state.
やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
And if not corrected, those contradictions will eventually lead towards one's own self-collapse as an existence. In Japanese, please.
梢もあまりディソードを出すのはやめるんだ。
So this means you too, Kazu. You need to stop using your D sword so often.
普通に生活していきたいなら私の忠告を聞け。
If you want to live a normal life, then you need to stop now. I'm warning you for a reason.
これはお前たちの命に関わる話だ。
This is a matter of life and death for you two. It didn't look like Sam was joking. Then again, she wasn't the type to joke anyway.
ましてや西条。
Not to mention what you did, Nishiju-kun.
お前はディソードなしでリアルブートした。本来ならそんなことできるはずがないんだ。
You real booted without a D sword. Something that shouldn't be fundamentally possible.
リラックの海にはディソードを通してしか干渉できないんだから。
The only way to interfere with the Dirac Sea is through a D sword.
お前は普通じゃない。
You aren't normal.
奴らに目をつけられてもおかしくない。
It wouldn't surprise me if they have their eyes on you.
奴らって。
Who's they?
ギガロマニアックスの力を悪用しようとしている連中がいる。
There are people out there trying to abuse the power of Gigalomaniacs.
それって将軍？
Do you mean Shogun?
知らない。
I don't know.
誰だそれは。
Who is that? Kazupi, did Santa just lie?
ついてないよ。
Nopesies.
西条将軍とは誰だ？
Shiju. Who is Shogun? The sheer chill in her voice sent shivers down my spine. Naturally, I couldn't look her in the eye. She grabbed me by the chest, making it hard to breathe. Why did she have to be so violent? What had I even done wrong?
そいつは40代ぐらいの男か？
Are they a man around their 40s?
違うよ。小さなじいさんだよ。
No, not at all. He's this tiny old guy. Santa immediately let go of me.
そいつもギガロマニアックスなのか？
Is he a gigglomaniac as well?
わからない。
I don't know.
でもニュージェネの真犯人だよ。
But he's the new gen culprit.
真犯人だと？
The culprit. Santa placed her finger on her chin, then began to ponder something while remaining completely still. The air felt volatile. I was hit with a strange feeling of anxiety. Santa knew something. But what the hell did she know? Who were these people that were trying to abuse the power of gigglomaniacs?
そうだそうだ、3人で記念撮影しましょう。ほらあれ。
Kazupi's got an idea. Kazupi's got an idea. How about the three of us all go take a picture together? Look, over there. Suddenly, Kazuki pointed to something as she spoke enthusiastically. She was pointing at the arcade next to the police station when it came to taking commemorative photos. This was where it inevitably happened.
たくみさん、ほら真ん中。
Takumi-san, come here and get right in the middle.
いや、僕は。
No, wait,
セナさん、横見てたらダメです。
Santa-san, looking away is a no-no.
私はこういうのは。
This is,
カズピーだって初めてなのだ。ドキドキ。
It's Kazupi's first time doing this. Kazupi's heart is going ba-dum like crazy. Without once consulting us, Kazupi followed the instructions on the screen and pushed the button right after. Button after button. And before Santa and I could get ready, mentally and physically, a voice came from the screen.
はい、ポーズ。パカッ。
Okay, say cheese, click. Gigglomaniac trio, first timers. In the picture we had taken, neither of the D swords were visible. Alrighty-o, bye-bye now, see you tomorrow. With a small wave and a smile, Kazupi disappeared in the direction of the station ticket gates. Santa and I watched her go. I would have preferred not to be alone with Santa, but it seemed like she wasn't in a leaving Shibuya mood yet. Maybe she was planning to start wandering around the area like she normally did. I wanted to head back home as soon as possible, but there was one thing I had to ask the resident gigglomaniac brainiac before I did. Even when I tried talking to her, the stern expression remained on her face. It was a lot better when Kazupi was here, but man, would it kill her to be a little more approachable? I assumed she had heard me, so while my heart might have been beating out my chest, I asked my question anyway.
コズピーの心の声もギガロマニアックスの能力なの？
Kazupi's inner voice thing. It's a gigglomaniac ability, right? I didn't expect her to answer me. I expected her just to hit me with a condescending hit and just leave it at that. Sana glanced at me once, then shifted her eyes toward the Jumbotron resting above the Scramble Crossing.
心の声はいわば妄想だ。
Her inner voice is a delusion, so to speak, she replied.
梢はそれを他人のデッドスポットに送り込んでいるに過ぎない。仕組みはさっき説明したものと何も変わらない。
Kasui's just sending it to someone else's dead spots. The mechanism behind it is exactly the same as what I just explained.
送り込んだ粒子を映像ではなく音声に変換しているんだ。電話と同じだな。
But in this case, the particles are converted into sound rather than images, just like a phone.
そして梢から心の声という妄想を送り込まれたことで、お前と梢の間で周囲共通認識が成立したんだ。
And then, as Kazui sent the delusion of her inner voice to you, she and you established mutual recognition.
テレパシーで会話しているように思えるが、全然違う。
It seems like you're talking telepathically, but in reality, it's not like that at all.
だったら僕の心の声はどうしてコズピーに届いたの？
If that's true, how did my inner voice reach Kazupi? I hadn't sent any delusions to Kazupi's dead spots. So if what Sana was saying was true, it should have only been one-way conversation starring Kazupi. And yet, despite that, we had a conversation with just our inner voices, several even.
ギガロマニアックスは他人の妄想を見ることができる。梢は特にその能力が高い。
Gigalomaniacs can see the delusions of other people. Kazui's ability to do this is particularly strong.
他人が垂れ流す妄想をほぼ強制的に見せられていると言ってもいい。
You can think of it like this. Those subjected to a discharged delusion are practically forced to see it. See delusions? Was such a thing possible? I definitely couldn't do that, and if I couldn't, then I probably wasn't actually a gigalomaniac. Suddenly, Sana looked farther away from me, her gaze shifting from the Jumbotron to the crowds of people walking through the Scramble Crossing.
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
All those who have become gigalomaniacs broke at some point in their lives.
壊れたって何が？
But broke? What do you mean?
心がだ。
Their minds. Yeah, I was gonna say they went crazy.
梢は東京に来る前、奴らに追い詰められて心を壊した。
Before Kazui came to Tokyo, she was hunted down by them, and her mind was shattered. And so, Sana began to tell me about what Kazupi had experienced before she transferred schools. She began by saying that she had seen it in an image, one that she had witnessed back when she first met Kazupi. Ever since she was a little girl, Kazui possessed the peculiar ability to view the minds of others. Despite this affliction, Kazui managed to live a somewhat peaceful life by approaching her power in her own way, hiding it from others. Her change had begun with mirrors. Upon entering high school, Kazui began to see her reflection in mirrors more and more frequently throughout her daily life. At first, she believed it was only coincidence. It would only occur about twice a day. But as time went by, the frequency gradually increased. Kazupi would encounter people holding mirrors more than 10 times in a single day. And none of these encounters were particularly suspect, just people passing her by on the street holding a mirror, or a classmate fixing her makeup in the bathroom. However, regardless of whether these occurrences were mere coincidence or indeed intentional, Kazui would almost always see her own reflection in the mirrors. Eventually, All of those who held the mirrors began to make noises akin to suppressed laughter. In their minds, they called out to Kazooie with their words, "Who are you?" In the classroom, on campus, en route to school, while shopping, everywhere Kazooie went, these people would appear. It was not a specific person perpetrating it. It was a different person every time. But in Kazooie's eyes, anyone who possessed a mirror began to look suspicious. Anyone who suppressed their laughter around her began to look suspicious. Before long, even those without mirrors began to look suspicious, and Kazooie began to face hallucinations in which they would all call out to her with, "Who are you?" She became nearly neurotic, and the voices present in the back of her head refused to leave. One day, Kazooie mumbled something to herself in the mirror. "Who are you?" Upon saying those words, Kazooie felt an immense sense of fear, one that told her she truly did not know the answer. A girl with the same face as hers addressed her from the other side of the mirror. "Who are you?" Ever since that day, Kazooie could no longer speak, and she was unable to look at herself in the mirror. Even still, the question of "Who are you?" would continue to assault her. She did not even know whose voice it was inside her head anymore. And due to another facet of her peculiar ability, much akin to a broken fax machine, Kazooie would receive the voices of other people's indiscriminately, regardless of if she desired it to or not. She herself had no say in the matter. And thus, Kazooie's mind was torn to shreds. One day in her second year of high school, Kazooie was cleaning the classroom at the end of the day. As she tidied up, 3 female classmates of hers, all with mirrors in hand, were whispering something among themselves. Mirrors, suppressed laughter. Then came the question, "Who are you?" Had it truly been the inner voice of one of her 3 classmates, or had it just been a hallucination on Kazooie's part? Did not matter. The reflection in the mirror found its way to Kazooie's eyes, both of which were trembling in fear. For a moment, Kazooie's vision blurred. Had it been intentional or a coincidence? It did not matter. At that very moment, Kazooie's mind, after facing endless strain for well over a year, finally broke. The event accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Upon realizing this, Kazooie shrieked, "No!" screamed from the deepest depths of her inner lungs. Out of the corner of her eye, Kazooie saw her D-sword and took hold of it for the very first time. She then proceeded to attack her 3 classmates. The hands of the 3, each of which holding a mirror, were then severed by the real booted D-sword in less than an instant. According to the minimum attendance chart, I didn't have to go to school today, but despite that, I was heading there anyway for one reason, and one reason only: to see Remy. I had no doubt that the DQs in class would make fun of me, just like they always did. It would definitely suck, but if it meant I could see Remy, I could endure it. As I passed through the school gate, I thought back to yesterday. When we had parted, Santa had made it a point to say something.
お前が望むと望まないとにかかわらず、もしこれ以上踏み込んでくるようなら、
If you continue down this path, whether you desire it or not,
負を正にするぐらいの強い意識を持つんだな。
your consciousness must be strong enough to create positive from negative.
中途半端な気持ちじゃ、妄想に食われるだけだぞ。
If you don't, If you half-ass it, your delusions will devour you from within. I didn't want to get involved in anything that sounded dangerous, so I opted not to ask anything else. Besides, I still didn't know how far I'd have to go to get my hands on a D-sword. I was no hero, just a useless piece of shit that couldn't even protect his own sister. But it was also possible that Shogun could show up again. He seemed to be playing with me like it was some kind of game, after all. Maybe he'd feel like sending me on another quest soon. Just the thought alone terrified me. I tried to grasp my D-sword, but even that was just to protect myself from him. Without that sword, how could I ever hope to escape his evil clutches? Maybe if Remy was by my side, like she said she would be, but she'd been absent from school lately, which worried me. If she'd been taken hostage, just like Nanami. Was there anyone out there who could help me? They would have to be someone with a D-sword. Ayase couldn't because she was injured. Sana definitely wouldn't. And Kazupi was a bit... Nah, she was fairly weird. My head looking squarely at the floor, I entered the classroom. Before taking my seat, I took a quick look around. I looked toward Remy's seat first. Empty. She was taking today off too? Was she taking today off too? Was it really that simple? Was she really just taking time off? I began to feel anxious. I wanted to see her. I wanted to see that cheerful face. Next, I looked over at Kazupi's desk. She was in her seat, face down and huddled up. I was reminded of what Sana had told me yesterday. It now made sense why Kazupio is always like that. Morning, Takumi-san. Morning, Kazupi. I didn't make eye contact, but I greeted her with my inner voice. The female Dekuns were watching me, smirking. It was no different from yesterday. They had all already labeled me as that otaku freak who said he was a psychic and made an ass of himself on TV. And that label wasn't going away anytime soon. The male Dekuns didn't seem to have arrived yet. It was pretty common for them to skip first period, and that was fine by me. I took my seat. But when I did, that voice called my name.
Taku, ohayo.
Morning, Taku. Shocked, I looked up in a panic, and there she stood, right in front of my very eyes, Remy. With a hint of shyness, she gave me a short wave.
久しぶり.
Long time no see. Remy. It wasn't an illusion. There was a definite presence. She was breathing. Her hair was rustling. She was blinking. She was right there. She was right there. Here. I felt a twinge in the back of my nose. A tightness squeezed within my chest. I felt like I was going to cry. I still hadn't sat down. I'd just frozen with my head hanging down. I was so happy I'd gotten to see her again.
ちょっとタク、どうしたの?
Hey, Taku, what's wrong?
もしかして泣いてるの?
Are you crying? I frantically shook my head. If my Dekun classmates found I was crying, they'd start making fun of me all over again. I told myself that I wouldn't cry, but the tears kept flowing.
わかった。私に再会できて嬉しいんだ。そうでしょ。
Oh, I get it now. You're just that happy to see me again, aren't you?
なんてね。ちょっと自意識過剰だったかな。
Haha, just kidding. That might be giving myself a bit too much credit. Even as she joked around so cheerfully, all I could do was continue shaking my head. I couldn't even look at her. If I did, I knew I'd really start bawling. Suddenly, someone clapped me on the back.
Oh, Taku.
What up, Taku? It was Misumi-kun, with an uncomfortable look on his face. His slap was a lot weaker than usual. He certainly had no issue ignoring me before. Why start paying attention to me now, all of a sudden? I'm sure that you'll regret talking to me. You'll become the DQ's next target, just like me. Yeah, Rimi, Misumi-kun, even you. You'd both be better off not associating with an otaku freak like me. I remained silent, but Misumi-kun forced a smile.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。
Well, don't you look like shit. You already this worn out this early in the morning?
ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
Well, I know you're just that kind of guy. As harsh as his words were, I didn't get the feeling that he was joking or acting sarcastic. After all, it's pretty common for him to say stuff like that.
そういう大地は朝から無駄に爽やかだね。
Okay, but who can blame him? Anybody'd get worn out hanging with someone as stupid cheery as you are in the morning.
無駄にとか言うな。久々に学校来たと思ったらいきなりそれか？
What do you mean stupid? You come to school for the first time in forever and this is what I get?
じゃあ、嘘くさい爽やかさ。
Alrighty, and how about so cheery it seems fake?
なたく、この言い草どう思うよ？
Hey Taku, what do you think? She right or wrong? Yeah. I nodded ambiguously. The tears had somehow managed to stop. The usual routine was happening right in front of me. Both of them were completely oblivious to the fact that my standing in class had taken a steep nosedive.
そういえば、岸本のことを聞いたか？
Oh yeah. Did you hear about Kishimoto?
まだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我は大したことなかったんだけど、精神的にかなり参ってるらしい。
Apparently, she's still in the hospital. Her injuries weren't all that bad, but she's pretty messed up in the head.
いいか、タク。女を落とすのに一番手っ取り早いのは、弱ってる時に優しくしてやることだ。
Listen up, Taku. You want to know the fastest way to a woman's heart? Act like you care in her moment of weakness.
というわけで俺、本気で岸本の見舞いに行こうかなと思ってんだよね。
So, on that note, I'm seriously thinking about paying Kishimoto a visit.
大地最低。ブーブー。
You're the worst, Dai-chin. Boo.
今度こそ彼女さんに刺されるよ。
You realize you're gonna get stabbed by your girlfriend for real this time, right?
お見舞いに行くだけだろ。別にやましいことじゃねえよ。
I'm just dropping by. Nothing's gonna happen that I'm gonna feel guilty about.
ほんの数秒前と言ってることが違うし。
That's not what you said a few seconds ago.
そういえばタクって岸本と知り合いだったよな。な、一緒に行ってくんね？
Oh yeah. And while we're at it, Taku, you know Kishimoto, right? You mind coming with me? Huh? It was a typical subject matter for Miss Sumi-kun. I thought for sure he was going to ask me about my psychic powers, but when he didn't, it caught me completely off guard. But instead of noticing, Miss Sumi-kun went right back to what he was saying. And then we fell into our usual routine. Miss Sumi-kun talking, Rimi occasionally butting in with sharp jab, and me just giving vague responses. and the fact that it was no different from usual made me happy. At the top floor of the Nozomi Group headquarters, within the presidential office, Norose Kinichi stood near a window, lighting a cigarette ablaze. Nozomi Group. An enormous corporate group with abundant subsidiaries, one that conducted business while being accompanied by licensed approval from the nation itself. A number of those subsidiaries then found success in a variety of business fields, from sales of clothing or groceries to managing sales of imports as a trading company. Noros, who reigned above all as the apex of the group, looked below at the grand view of his castle. His conscious mind, however, was not gazing upon the scenery before him. Repeatedly tapping his foot against the floor in agitation, his lips curled in a sneer.
まったく。老人たちの相手は面倒ですよ。
God almighty, old men are such trifling inconvenience.
そう思いませんか?
Don't you agree?
彼らは臆病すぎる。だからこそ、ここまでのし上がってきたとも言えるのでしょうが。
They're much too cowardly. Though one could say my rising this far is attributed to their inadequacy.
利用するにも、こうあれこれと横槍を入れられては、いい加減うんざりしてきますよ。
As useful as they are, I'm more than fed up with their every interruption for every single trivial this or that.
現実は悲しいかな。300人委員会の影響力というものを侮ることはできません。
Alas, the reality is that the Committee of 300's influence must not be underestimated.
ただ、いずれ近いうちにそのシステムも崩壊する。世界の支配構造は組み替えられる。
However, it won't be long. The system will soon collapse upon itself, and the ruling structure of the world will be swiftly rearranged.
楽しみですか? 私もですよ。
Do you look forward to it? Haha, as do I.
ここまで随分時間がかかってしまいました。
Copious lengths of time have been spent to reach this point.
プロジェクトノア。立ち上げからすでに5年余り。
The conception of Project Noah is already in excess of 5 years ago. Norose approached his personal desk. The solid desk of natural oak contained few ornaments of any note, adorned only with items one might find in a typical office setting. At the table's edge, however, a single conspicuous object casually lay. Norose grasped the green, strangely designed character in his hand. Upon giving it a single, disinteresting glance, he promptly discarded it into the waste bin. Now then. His narrowed eyes turned to the dim room's interior. The rear of the room where the moonlight could not reach housed the slightest hint of another person.
まさか、君がギガロマニアックスだとは思いもよりませんでした。
And to think, you were a gigalomaniac all along.
どうやら神すらも私の味方をしてくれているようだ。
It seems even God has aligned himself as my ally.
君のサンプルを取らせてもらいますよ。
You allow me to have your sample?
何？怯える必要はありません。
Whatever is the matter, you have not a thing to fear.
私は元医師でしてね。インフォームドコンセントはきちんとしなければ気が済まないたちなのです。
I was once a doctor, you see. One wouldn't dream of proceeding without first obtaining informed consent.
そもそもノア2のハードウェアはすでに完成しています。あと必要なのはソフトウェアの方でしてね。
In addition, The hardware for Noah 2 is already complete. All that remains now is the software.
そのために君たちギガロマニアックスのサンプルが多く必要なのです。
And to that end, I require many samples of you gigalomaniacs.
正確に言うならば NA シナプスに関するコードサンプル、脳の働きに指令を出す役割を果たしている部位の行動サンプル
Or, more precisely, code samples relative to one's neuroadrenic synapses. These are behavioral samples taken from the region that manages brain function.
コードサンプルには個人差があります。
There is individual variation between code samples.
持っている能力が高いギガロマニアックスは NA シナプスもより活性化し、脳のより広い範囲にわたって効果を及ぼします。
Gigalomaniacs is noted by their exceptional abilities, utilized in otherwise untapped activation of these NA synapses, which exert their influence over a broader region of the brain.
人間の脳は全体の10分の1しか使われていません。しかし、ギガロマニアックスは違う。
The human brain utilizes 10% of its overall capacity, but this does not apply to gigalomaniacs.
残りの10分の9の部位も使っていることが分かっています。
It is understood that they utilize the remaining 90%.
ギガロマニアックスの頭の中というのは実に興味深い。
Inner workings of a gigalomaniac's mind are truly fascinating.
そのサンプルがノア2にとっていわば CPU の役割を果たすわけです。
Those samples will play the role of Noah 2's CPU, so to speak.
サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は本物のギガロマニアックスに近づき、やがて超えるでしょう。
With each and every additional sample, the abilities of Noah 2 will approach that of a true gigalomaniac until eventually it surpasses them.
納得してもらえましたか？
Do you offer your consent?
結構。
Brilliant. Noros nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he returned to his view of the scenery beyond the window. Upon viewing it up close, the Shibuyan nightscape was the essence of vulgarity itself, leaving Noros solely with his feelings of discomfort. His persistent belief of this remote location, however, was that it was more than adequate. Nevertheless, it would not be long before this nightscape would be a sight never to be seen again. The final experiment of his Project Noah would make sure of that.
世界が生まれ変わる日も近い。
The day is nigh for the world to be born anew. It was lunch break. I usually skipped lunch. I had no one to eat with, and I didn't want to eat alone in the classroom. Recently, Brimi had started asking me to eat with her, but since I was me, I would always get embarrassed and refused in the end. That meant that my usual routine would be to leave the classroom and take refuge in a place I felt comfortable. Sometimes it was the library, sometimes it was the courtyard. But now that everyone in the school knew my face, there was no place I could go where I could relax. The merciless gazes that pierced through me, the abuse and ridicule that was hurled at me. Today, too, I walked around the school being exposed to all of it. Eventually, I knew I had no choice but to duck into a private bathroom, but right when I was about to, I saw Nanami walking down the corridor leading to the first year building. It looked like she was walking alone toward the classrooms. Speaking of Nanami, I hadn't spoken to her since the incident. I'd been avoiding her for the entire week. And I'd been doing it because I didn't know how to act once I saw her. I'd put my own life before hers. I was the worst big brother ever. It was only a miracle that Nanami had been released safe and sound. I'd had nothing to do with it. Maybe Shogun had told her that it was my fault she'd gotten kidnapped. If he had, she would definitely be angry with me. Maybe she hated me. Maybe she didn't want to speak to me ever again. That was why I didn't have the courage to go talk to her. But now that I'd seen her, I was starting to worry about her once again, even after everything. I wondered if I had truly wronged her. I wondered if she had been injured. I wondered if she had been hurt mentally. For a moment, the memory of the hand resurfaced in my head, but I shook my head violently to ward it off. That severed hand, along with the bangle it had been wearing, and the cell phone it had been holding, it had all been a delusion, a real delusion, because the hand had disappeared from the refrigerator. Rather than thinking it had somehow spread legs and walked away, it was far more reasonable to believe that it had never been there in the first place. The fact that Nanami was alive and well was proof of that. Before I knew it, I'd broken into a run. I was chasing after Nanami. Her figure got bigger and bigger as I approached her. She hadn't noticed me yet. As she walked, she played with her hair with her fingertips of her right hand. As I ran, I started to call out to her. On her right hand, the hand that was playing with her hair, the sleeve of her uniform ever so slightly slipped down. Suddenly, I was hit with a strange feeling, and I choked back the sound I was about to make. I stopped dead in my tracks. I had seen it. It had been extremely trivial, truly inconsequential feeling, and yet, white. It was white, as if trying to conceal something. A white bandage was wrapped around her right wrist.